Hello everyone. Hi. Uh, well, I mean, I don't know. I think I've been streaming on Monday for like the past couple weeks, so I think I can probably say that this is like your regularly scheduled Monday stream. I can say that, right? I feel like we've established enough of a pattern, you know? But yeah, I mean, yeah, we're kind of just getting back into what we've been doing for the past few streams. I don't know. Are you guys getting bored of Dragon King and Fire Maiden stuff? I feel like maybe I need to wrap this up soon because I don't know, maybe people are getting tired of watching this, you know? You know. I mean, it's kind of my own fault. I forgot how much we have to get through before we even get to Blaze and Ember saying I love you. Like, yeah, they are the slow burn. They have always been the slow burn, which quite literally because they're both fire magic users. I don't know. It's funny. Yeah, trust me. When we do like, I'll take a break and I'll play some other stuff and do some other things. When before we do Flame and Lily story, but that's gonna be a lot quicker. That's gonna be a lot more easier to explain because you'll already have all the context kind of already laid out from Blaze's and Ember story that you kind of don't need. I mean, you do need a little bit from like Lily's side of things, cause I don't know. Flame and Lily's story is a lot more like Lily's POV, kind of, because I don't know. Their story is kind of like a Cupid and Psyche retelling, so it's like a lot of it coming from the Lily's perspective, you know, like Cupid and Psyche. But what if we just kind of nixed Aphrodite's part because, well, neither of them have very strong like mother figures. Well, I mean, technically Lily does and doesn't at the same time. We'll get into Lily's mother, but one day. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But yeah, Hope anyone who's lurking is having a good day, having a good time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my day's been pretty okay. I'm still a little bit getting wrecked by the time change. That's still happening. But yeah, I mean, so far I'm dealing with it. I think I don't know. I think the time cage kind of messes us all up for a little bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me. Okay. I'm going to wait to start until ads finish, just because ads are going. Again, I swear I will get that bot for chat. It will happen. I'm getting my break is soon, so it's kind of just like, while on that break, I will figure it out. I'll figure out what needs to be done. But yeah, I will start after ads roll, which will be in about 20 seconds. You know? Yeah. It should be that ads are currently going or are about to go. Yeah, I think. I think ads are currently going. I don't know. I don't know, I'll give it like one more minute, and if ads are, I mean, that at that point ads should be done, right? Right? I mean, granted, I don't think anyone's in here to get into the ads, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there's a little notification. Okay, ad break ends in a minute and a half. You know. Oh, did you guys see the new logo that's on the starting soon screen? You know. well, and also on the current banner. I think really you can only really see the banner like on mobile. I think desktop layout is like kind of obscures it. But hey, yeah, I got a new logo. Wait, actually no. That's what I'll do after ads end. Is like I will, you know, show off the logo. Which I should probably do that now. Probably. Let's see. Open. Image. Come on. Wakey wakey. Wait, no, it is under stream stuff. This. And it is really big. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's shrink that down a tap. Shrink that down a tick. There we go. And I don't know, I should probably get the white version while I'm already here. Image. Okay. Yeah, browse. Oh, my computer did not like me putting a new image on screen. Alright, well, come on, come on, hon. Just keep it together for a little bit, okay? Keep it together, everybody. Yeah. So yeah, we have two different, it's the same logo, but two different borders. But yeah, I have a logo now. This logo was made by the always wonderful, always incredible Pokemon Blossom Pink. And I'm assuming anyone who's like following me, like, I think most of you probably know Pink. And I'll shout her out now, but I will give her another shout out when there's, more people in chat, but Yeah. So this logo design was a commission that Pink, made. We were working on it. Actually, it probably took about like a week, I think, maybe start to finish. From like initial proposal to final product. Yeah, but yeah, I'm really happy. I think it came out absolutely adorable. Like of course we have the name of the channel, and we have the little lightning bugs. Look at them. They're precious. I love them. I love them so much. I think they're absolutely precious sweet babies. And then we have a rose, which the rose, it's not really integral to, the lightning bug magic girl branding. But roses are an important flower in Monster Heart, which Monster Heart is kind of what got people interested in my work and kind of just the reason that people started following me and started, liking what I do. So it's kind of like, it felt like Monster Heart in some capacity needed to be a part of this logo just because it's been a big part of my development as, a creator and as somebody who puts their work out there. And also roses are my favorite flower. It's probably part of that is the reason why roses are such an important aspect in Monster Heart, or not an important aspect. They're an important flower in Monster Heart. It's one of Luke's favorite flowers as well. Granted, it's also the fairy tale aspect has some rose ties, because hey, that wasn't just a thing. The context was created by that one adaptation, but the use of the flower in the actual story has kind of existed since the original tale, and I could go into that where it's roses have always been a part of it, just in different context, where it's I don't know, and then I think in my retelling, in the fairy tale, roses don't really serve a plot importance, more of a metaphorical importance. You know, they're kind of they're a metaphor for like their growing relationship because of like the way that the flowers color change, like, you know, flower color language. It's a whole thing. But yeah, but like in terms of like actual plot significance, yeah, it's not like the original tale or the very popular version where it's like, you know, they have literal plot significance. Nah, roses are just Luke's favorite flower, and just like, you know, it just happens to have some you know, importance to the like the metaphorical, you know, they're metaphorically important. Shit, my elbow. That hurt. Uh, yeah. But yeah, I feel like I've been napping too much, but anyway. But yeah. Like I love the logo. I think it's absolutely adorable. And again, like, I already shouted at Pink, but like, hey, if you want a really cute logo or just cute art in general, or hey, even a PNG tuber model, she makes those too. Go throw money at Pink. She's absolutely wonderful and deserves it. You know, like, you know, where it's like, yeah, go support her. Go support her. She is amazing. She's absolutely wonderful. Was a very much a joy to work with. You know, yeah. But I don't that's always what happens with my brain just like short circuits after I finish, like, you know, uh, giving people their flowers, or it's kind of just like, what do I do now? Like, how do I transition back to myself? Because it's like, you know, I mean, granted, I've always been bad at putting the spotlight on myself. Uh, but yeah, let's come back here. Yeah, and you might notice that we don't have as many tabs on the side. I mean, you couldn't really see them before, but you know, that's because I decided to move this story into its own document. So no longer is it a sub-tab in the Monster Heart files. It is its own separate entity, which I will be breaking what we have already written down into sections and uploading those to my toy house soon. Blaze and Ember already have pages of their own, and I did end up putting Ember's older art on there. Like, again, I do want to kind of redesign that a bit, but the design is still similar enough, or will be similar enough, that it's like I don't mind having her older ref sheet design like on her page, you know, just as a reference. Blaze doesn't really have anything. I need to come up with something for him. Yeah. But yeah, you know, yeah, and just a little bit of a heads up, I might, if I get kind of bored of writing, might switch to maybe like auto chess or something, just to shake it up, you know. I don't know. It also kind of depends on how people feel. So where we left off was kind of doing a little talking about uh just a little talking about kind of just like, well, I mean, where we left off last time was kind of all about, well, it was all about Wildfire's backstory and kind of just like what Blaze learns from that, you know, because he learns a lot essentially, where it's kind of just like, you know, who his mom was, who, like, you know, essentially who he is, because, you know, let's just say he did not know ahead of time that he was, you know, the prince of an entire kingdom. That was a little bit of a shocker to him. Understandable. So yeah, so Blaze is now trying to kind of grapple with that reality, because it's kind of like what was like a, well, not even a 1-2 punch. Like, this was like a full fury of blows of just kind of to the heart of just like, you know, of like, yeah, you're a dragon. You're also that way because you're technically cursed. Um, you know, your mom could also do this, and also like you've got the blood curse from her. She was the queen of an entire country. She's also dead because that country got taken over by another country and she died defending it. You know, and also that, you know, makes Blaze by, you know, by I am blanking on the word, but by relation, by hereditary. I cannot remember. My brain is blanking, but you know what I'm trying to say. By relation, by I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. It's like Blaze is like heir to this throne by the fact that he is Wildfire's son. If that throne even still exists, because from what his dad said from the last time he basically was like waited a couple months and was like, screw this, I'm going to go find my wife, and was met with the unfortunate reality that she was that the war had not gone as planned and things went badly for the Dragon's Fire royal family. So yeah, Blaze is just kind of trying to grapple with this new reality and also his conflicting feelings because Blaze very much, I mean, there was a reason why Ember was like about to say like, screw it, I don't care if you don't have powers, you're definitely Magikarp's material, because yeah, Blaze is conflicted because part of him wants to go and try to see if he can help, which is kind of a little bit of a dangerous sentiment to have when it's sorry about that. Sorry about that. A little bit of yawn. When everything that happened, because it's like he's still a newbie dragon. He doesn't really understand how to use these powers, and and he really wants to go up against another Curse Blood because remember, Snowstorm is also a Curse Blood. Well, the thing about the Frozen Breath royal family is that Queen Snowflake and General Snowstorm were twins, so there wasn't technically really a firstborn, because the way the blood curse works is that it's the firstborn of a firstborn inherits the blood curse. So since they were kind of born together, they're twins, there was no firstborn, so they both inherited the blood curse, because instead of it being like, pick one, it's like I don't know, dark magic just be like that, where it's like, okay, we can make it a worse option, let's go. So, which, I mean, granted, in their eyes, it was not a worse option. Okay, maybe it was a worse option for later down the line in the future, for future generations. Not for Snowstorm. Snowstorm, has no qualms about being a Cursed Blood, That's not where his villainous desires come from. It's not, because he's angry about being a Cursed Blood. Nah, a lot of it is just, I don't know. This is just a man who wants power and is also kind of misogynistic. Like, he kind of hated the fact that his sister was the one who would, because essentially it was kind of that people treated it like Snowflake had been the one that it was born first. So it's kind of like she became queen. So my dude was not happy about the fact that his sister became queen, and also really didn't like Wildfire either because, he thought that she was, I mean, granted, it was kind of that she rubbed him the long way, but kind of like with her carefree nature and kind of like, laid back carefree nature, like, where it's like, he very much thought that her brother deserved to rule, which granted Wildfire thought the same, but keep in mind that, which also, I haven't really talked about Wildfire's brother that much. He's Flame's father, and which again I've mentioned Flame, but we'll get more into him later. But it's essentially, yeah, Wildfire's brother and Flame's father. And despite being the one who was literally, pretty much like, because Wildfire, I mean, was more open to her brother about this, less about to her people and her parents about the fact that she wanted to abdicate her throne. Sorry, it sounded like something kind of might have fallen off, like yeah. Yeah, where it's like, yeah, Wildfire was, where it's like, despite the fact that he was very much like, if Wildfire was out of the picture, he'd be king, it's like, her brother is incredibly loyal to his family and to her, to the point where it's like, yeah, Snowstorm, I think, literally offered him, be like, hey, join with me, help me overthrow your sister, and, you can rule, with me. Not like in a proposal kind of way, but like, it was more like kind of in a no, it wasn't like, this wasn't a proposal, this wasn't like, this wasn't a proposal, but it's like, I mean, it could have been. There's another reality where that was a proposal, and I fully stand by that sentiment of like, in another reality, that might have been a proposal. Granted, that would also, where it's like, but anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so essentially he's like, Wildfire's brother is like, fuck no, I'm not betraying my sister or my people. Also, like, or it's like you did, because the whole thing is that Snowstorm basically betrayed his own sister, which like, well, I mean, we'll get to it, but essentially, like, Snowflake's still alive. She's just being kind of held captive because apparently this man has enough sympathy not to kill his own sister, but not to not murder into an entire family. You know, I don't know. But yeah, so that's kind of how her brother gets taken out. The essentially like he refuses, they fight, and Flame's dad loses. So that's kind of what happened to Wildfire's brother in this whole grand. Oh, well, not grand. It was pretty bad, but you know what I mean. And it's actually his role that Ember ends up stepping into, like when they liberate the kingdom, because I mean, spoilers, yeah, no duh, they're the heroes, they liberate the kingdom. So eventually Ember is the one who steps into his role, because her Wildfire's brother was the captain before Ember. So before Ember stepped up to be captain of the Royal Guard, that was what his duty was, which kind of creates some tensions with her and Flame, because it's kind of like, this random stranger, literally not from their world, taking over his father's position. But of course, we kind of realize that Ember is a brilliant strategist, deserving of her title as captain. This wasn't just, best friend nepotism from Blaze. Like, Ember absolutely deserved her position. And Flame can fight, but he just ain't that much of a leader when it comes to, like, strategic, the act of, like, Warcraft and strategy. It's like, yeah, where it's like, Ember's got it going on. Flame, not so much, but he's a bit too much of a poet soul for that. Where it's like, I'm not saying that poets can't throw hands. Trust me, have you met some English majors? Like, they can throw hands. But anyway, yeah. But it's like, I don't know, Flame's got too much of like a poet's heart for that, so it's kind of just looking, where it's like, he's kind of more of an academic. I mean, he was also raised in the woods for like, most of his life, so I mean, again, not saying he wouldn't throw hands. He kind of feral like that. He's kind of feral like that. Which, I don't know, I kind of love that, where it's like, he can be like this, like, very, like, classy, like, very much like if he wants to, like, live up to his title of, like, Grand Duke. And then other times he can just go fucking crazy and fucking feral on people, and I love that about him. Flame is something, and I absolutely love that about him. Bro is a creature sometimes. I mean, honestly, it's kind of what Lily loves about him too. It's like, I'm granted that's his own like internal conflicts of kind of just like feeling like he's like, not human enough for high society, basically based on how he was raised, and just generally feeling like an outsider around high society. But like, I don't know, Lily likes the crazy. Lily likes the kind of like, a little bit rough around the edges. Lily's into that. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I upped my music up a little bit because you can hear slightly, or at least I can hear slightly the people upstairs, and I'd rather you guys not have to deal with that. The joys of living in an apartment. So, it's like, I don't know. actually, I mean, not much younger than her. Like, maybe about 5 years younger than her, based on, like, when this whole plot happens, I mean, comparatively, essentially, yeah, I know. I mean, that's also one of the interesting things to think about is the fact that, yeah, Blaze isn't much younger than, um, his father and Wildfire were when all of this happened, you know. Because, reminder, they had Blaze pretty young. They were about in their 20s. So, Blaze being 15, it's like, he's less than a decade at the very least, where it's like, like he's not that far removed from all that. Yeah, which, like, yeah, that's definitely what Blaze's conflict is in this part of the story, is just, his relationship with, like, like, his supposed duties of kind of just, you know, does he, actually intervene and kind of step in as, Prince, or does he, kind of just keep living his life as, just a normal guy? Yeah, does he continue to be himself, or does, well, I mean, he's always been himself, you know what I mean? Does he step in and try to do something about what's going on, or does he kind of just, essentially, like, keep living obliviously to it? Because, yeah, I mean, as much as logistically it is a terrible idea for him to go, he's young and inexperienced and doesn't even know how to use his powers that well. There's something in his heart that tells him, no, that this is what you have to do. You have people who are, depending on you. Even though, again, these people don't even know he exists. Like, logically, it doesn't make sense for Blaze to go. These people don't know that he's coming. They're not waiting for him to come and save them, or it's like, and he's not even that, like, he's not this, like, great savior that's gonna, great hero that's gonna suddenly make everything better, because the thing is, he's just a kid. He's just a young kid who just, had his entire world turned upside down, and now has the weight of, like, now feels like he has the weight of an entire kingdom on his shoulders, just because of, like, the name that's, the bloodline he has now been essentially realized that he was born into. A bloodline that technically he doesn't have to accept. Again, it's not like they're waiting for him or looking for him. Nobody knows that he exists. Snowstorm doesn't know he exists, so granted, if he does something and then cowers out and leaves, well, that kind of disrupts all of the, peace that he had, Snowstorm knows he would know he exists now, so it's like, I'm pretty sure, like, most of the reason why he's kind of lived peacefully is because nobody knew he existed, because Wildfire kept it a secret, because, is the reason why he's kind of lived 15 years without, the possible risk of, being hunted down by, members of Snowstorm's court, basically being like, yeah, we can't have the Lost Prince coming back, I mean, because also in a way, he's not really lost, because it was intentional that Wildfire brought him away from all of this. Yeah, and Wildfire is an interesting character, and I feel like in some of Flame's story, we'll get into kind of like her dilemmas, because the thing about Wildfire is that she is very loyal to, she's loyal, she loves her kingdom, she loves her people, she's very loyal to them, but there are times where, Wildfire was not the best queen, because of the fact that she really didn't want to be queen. She wanted just to abdicate the throne. And you also kind of see that in kind of her putting her family first, as in Blaze and his father, as what you kind of see in kind of the conflict of, like, protecting Blaze meant that nobody could find out about him, which kind of meant that she couldn't bring her other family, where it's like, she wanted to bring her sister-in-law and her, and Flame, essentially, but it was kind of like one of those things where it's like, people know they exist, so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, if they're suddenly gone, then people are going to look for them. So it's kind of like Wildfire had that conflict of kind of just like, protecting her son versus protecting, the other parts of her family. And yeah, Flame made it through fine, but that was also based on his own mother's sacrifice. So, I don't know. It's like, which again, one of the reasons Flame has a little bit of beef with his aunt is kind of just because of that. Because of the fact that maybe they would have both been fined if, no, it's like, and because, and a lot of that conflict is like things that can't be resolved because of the fact that, the people left to resolve them are the kids, are, Blaze and Flame, who kind of can't speak for their parents or speak to what was going through their minds, because, well, I mean, again, they were both pretty little when all this was going on, like, remember, Flame was still just a toddler when this was all going on, so not even he really has strong memories of who Wildfire was. He just kind of knows what she did, or what she didn't do, and kind of now is framing that based on that, I mean, I don't know, Flame is interesting because it's a kid grieving, it's a kid trying to process, all of that, and kind of like lashing out because he doesn't understand how to, where it's like, he's faced with a bitter reality, and all of this change, and he's like, and he lashes out because he doesn't know how to process it. He tries, it's just, I mean, he's like, I don't know, he's 16, he's just, I don't know, he's trying to figure himself out. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of Blaze's internal conflict. Is kind of like, I don't know, getting back to that. It's kind of like his whole like feeling like he is responsible for helping these people, but not sure how to. You know. Yeah. Oh, also in this time, this is kind of when Blaze kind of learns to forgive his father. Kind of like kind of understand where he's coming from, where because yeah, it was hard for him to talk about because I mean, kind of, it is how do you explain to a child that it's like, yeah, well, one, all of the crazy, royalty magical shit, that's all, that's another level, but it's like just the base level of kind of like explaining to a child the fact that, like, about the fact that, their, mother isn't there anymore. It's kind of like that she's kind of gone now, or it's kind of like, like that's already kind of hard, and then it's like, you give him that kind of extra stuff he's got to explain about like the whole royalty and dragons thing, then it's kind of a whole complicated mess, especially because he's kind of an outsider who's kind of just regurgitating what um, Wildfire told him. So it's like, it's not even like he can answer specific questions because he genuinely doesn't know. You know? Yeah. Okay, my computer lagged for a sec. Yeah, which also it's like, yeah, it's like, so this section was like kind of like the time afterwards is kind of like a moment of like, kind of like healing, kind of everyone decompressing and processing, Yeah. And then like also like them reconciling, because it's like Blaze is able to come to an understanding with his father, kind of just like why it was hard for him to talk about Wildfire and trying to talk about what happened, because yeah, this was a man grieving who didn't want to place that grief on his son, like on his like very young son, where it's kind of like he just kind of wanted to spare him from that grief as much as he could, not realizing the consequences of keeping information like that for so long. So, but yeah. But yeah, so things start repairing, like, essentially, like, things start to heal after the incident, after everything came out, like, everyone kind of starts healing from it. So it's like the village, and you see that in, like, the visible repair of the village, like, things are literally getting put back together, Where, of course, and then, of course, like, because things are getting fixed, Blaze is able to kind of let go of some of the guilt he was holding on to about the incident, about, like, what had happened, what he did. Like, he's able to let go of some of that guilt, Because even though they say it's okay, where it's like, of course Blaze still feels guilty about, letting, his emotions get the best of him for losing control, for, putting people in danger. Even if it's not really his fault, it's, he still feels guilty about it. So, this is kind of one of the ways that it's kind of like him slowly letting go of that guilt. Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, where you'll see it when he interacts with Flame, it's kind of like, Blaze kind of taking on the role of the people who were there for him, telling him that it was okay, that he didn't need to feel guilty when it comes to Flame and Flame's relationship with the Untamed form, because Flame's return to society is very much ripe for that form to have a heyday and just, like, start fucking things up. Because, yeah, it's, it's really overwhelming for Flame, so of course it's like, for someone who, I mean, granted, it's like he does have very good mastery over his dragon form. I mean, even in the face of, like, all this change, is like, even someone like him is prone to slip, where it's like, and sometimes he does. Well, granted, Flame less often enters his Untamed form, and he more has an issue with fully turning back when he's upset. Which, what I mean by that is they have, their fully human form, their fully dragon form, and kind of an in-between form. The in-between form is kind of good for fighting purposes when going full dragon is impractical. But sometimes in that moment between, like, in times of high, emotional, like, feelings, Flame kind of sometimes gets stuck in that midway. Sometimes it's a little bit more on the dragon side, sometimes a bit more on the human side. Either way, it's kind of like, a lot of it's usually, like, in that his scales don't fully go away, and, like, you can see, like, kind of, like, patches, like, on his, like, arms and on his legs, and, like, a little bit on, like, his, like, chest and face, of kind of just, like, little patches of, like, where his scales are, and, like, sometimes it's usually, like his eyes haven't, are still, like, reptilian, where it's kind of, like, got the weird pupils, or it's, like, he still has his, like, horns, or it's like little things like that, where it's like, or his, like, claws are still there. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, it's more like, in that sense, it's kind of like, he doesn't fully lose himself to this kind of untamed side of him, but he definitely does, like, there is, like, remnants of this kind of, like, of this, like, literal physical remnants of, like, his emotional turmoil, literally, like, plastered, like, on his, like, for everyone to see, is kind of like, which definitely is one of the reasons that he, like, you'll see in, like, him and Lily's stories, it's like the reason why he hesitates to let Lily see him, and why they kind of do that whole Cupid and Psyche cave thing, is literally because of the fact that it's like he's kind of ashamed about that fact, that it's like, that sometimes he does get over emotional and he gets stuck, where it's kind of like, in that, like, the way that he looks when he's kind of in that kind of in-between form. Even if it's the times when he's mostly human, just besides just some scale passes, he still gets still self-conscious about that. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, that's the reason why he hesitates to fully let Lily in, essentially. Because, I mean, because granted, it's like, unless he fully chooses to, essentially kind of like getting stuck in that in-between kind of really fucks with Flame's head, like, mentally when it comes to, like, his self-image and kind of, like, his self-perception of himself. Like, even when it's like he's not stuck and he's fully on one side or the other, it still, messes with his head, kind of like, like, thinking that he is kind of this, strange, like, thing that cannot be loved. When, I mean, granted, that's also a lot has to do with, like, that his dragon species still gets a bad rep, because him and Blaze are not the same species of dragon, as in, like, same cursed blood species. They are two different ones. They're both fire dragons, but Flames is more, like, lava, kind of, Flames actually has a name. Funny enough, I have not named Blaze's dragon species, but I've named Flames. Flame's dragon species is called an Obsidialisk, which, yeah, they're based on magma, and, like, basically how they're kind of like a rock fire dragon, where it's kind of like have very tough exteriors, like their scales are very strong and bulky, where it's like quite literally it's very hard to attack them from the out, from, like, unless you're, like, from, like, their back, all of that area, very hard to attack them unless you are literally going for that underbelly, which is, like, again, that's kind of why they're really difficult to attack. Is like, and the reason why, spoilers, in Flame and Lily's story, if, like, Flame saves Lily from another dragon, which that one has a name. I need to name Blaze's dragon species. He saves her from a dragon called a Poisy Point, which is basically like, imagine if you, like, took a porcupine and made it a dragon, like, you made it like a fucked up kind of thing. That's what a Poisy Point is. Like, it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like if you made a dragon a porcupine, or it's kind of like, it's like kind of like you smashed those two things together and made it kind of like, I don't know, little bit like it's like on a lot of, it's like, and you kind of like fucked it up a little bit. Like, that's what a Poisy Point is. Like, that thing would bite your ankles. Like, that thing is feral. So anyway, so he saves her from that, and it's like the little reason why it's like he was built to fight the thing is because Poisy Points rely on being able to, like, stun their opponents using their quills that, like, have venom in them. It's not lethal venom. It's literally meant for, like, paralyzing purposes, for, like, stunning opponents. Like, it's temporary, of course. Like, they recover. But it's kind of like it literally couldn't attack Flame because it couldn't get its spines into his skin or into his bloodstream because of the fact that his scales are that, thick and dense. And also it's like, he like I said, he was basically raised by these dragons, essentially, where it's like, he learned how not to show his how to keep that underbelly safe, which is kind of one of those things where it's like, and I imagine it definitely gets brought up by Lily's father, like, when it's kind of revealed that, she's kind of, has this kind of thing going on with, Flame, of kind of, like, essentially when he gives her kind of the ultimatum to, like, become, like, loyal again to their kingdom, which, like, Lily hasn't for, it wasn't even her meeting Flame that kind of made her disenchanted with kind of how her kingdom is. I mean, granted, it was a lot of things, but, anyway, I mean, she's never liked the idea of hunting dragons, but yeah, essentially he, like, is like, hey, you're close enough that you could, strike his, or it's like, and she's like, I'm not doing that, because, yeah. Yeah, so yeah. I don't know. I think it is fun narratively that Flame's dragon species is literally one where it's like, to hurt it, you have to be someone close to it. You have to get close. Which is like, it literally is. Flame hurts the most by what's closest to him. The thing that hurts Flame the most is literally the people that were closest to him and the fact that they're not here anymore. I don't know. Fun narrative things of just kind of like literally the fact that, like, his dragon species, like, only what's closest to them can hurt them. Where it's like, or only things that get close, which also plays into Flame's nature of like literally pushing everyone else aside, you know, and being like kind of a loner. You know, we love narrative, you know, we love some little narrative comparison. You know, we love that. Um, Flame is such an interesting character. I find him very interesting. You know, where it's like because he's like in that weird area where he simultaneously does accept who he is as a curse blood, but simultaneously does not. Where it's like, you know, simultaneously, like, you know, very much, you know, loves the dragon that he is, or like loves the species because it's the species that raised him essentially, but also like has this deep internal conflict about him being that. He doesn't think they're dangerous. He thinks he's dangerous. I don't know. He's got a lot going on in his head. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you know. Yeah, which, mm, I haven't really thought a lot about kind of like how Blaze and Ember kind of work with this transformation magic, because I mean the obvious solution would literally be to ask, because yes, at this point in time, Luke is a member of the Magic Arts Guild, so Ember would know who Luke is, and she would know like what his powers are, kind of all that jazz. So she would know that she has someone she can ask about transformation magic. It's kind of one of those things of kind of just like, how did they do it discreetly? So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I could also see her going off of like just things she's overheard, you know, kind of being said and talked about like in the guild hall, you know, because these, I don't know, I mean, these kids are chatty. They like to talk about things, you know. I mean, quite literally, the thing that kind of, you know, you know, where it's like, you know, things that like, you know, I mean, as we saw earlier, things that she learned from Kitty. Well, granted, she already kind of knew that, but it was more like the healing aspect of like she learned from Kitty, because, I mean, probably if it's like I'd actually fully read out the scene. Um, yeah, you would be that Kitty actually wanted to test this out with like wanted Ember to help her out with testing the the strength and the limitations of this type of healing magic with her and Luke using his Wisp form, because Wisp can do something similar, not just because he's a fire magic user, just because Wisp, one of Wisp's abilities is literally energy manipulation and being able to give and take energy. Although they were kind of wanting him to kind of like not have to use that power, it was kind of like one of those things where it's like, also kind of seeing like how Luke functions as a healer, which I think is definitely something like he and Kitty definitely like do, stuff about. Because, Sophie, aka Kitty, is like, she likes learning about healing magic. It's one of her interests. It's like, she likes figuring all that stuff out. I don't want to risk it again with the drift fail. I don't want to risk it. Huh? What just happened? Oh, thank you for the follow, Zenithan. I heard the alert go off. Hi, welcome in, hello. Hi. I can't tell if that's like a good night and just being like because it's the evening time or you're it's actually if you're also leaving. I mean, if you are like going to lurk, it's like that's also understandable. Yeah. But yeah, I'm welcome in. We're just doing some writing, just doing some some chill writing time. Right about. Oh, oh, like do you have to like yeah, I mean, yeah, like if you do have to lurk, that's like understandable. It's late. But yeah. Yeah. Or again, if I'm understanding, if I'm misunderstanding the context, just like tell me, because I am sometimes bad at reading subtext or just general text. I don't know. Neurodivergent brain does not always understand the written communication or verbal sometimes. I don't know. Brain does not comprehend all that often sometimes. No, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, hi, welcome in, welcome in. Uh, yeah. I don't know. We're just doing some chill writing. So yeah, you can hang out, talk and chat. But I'm yeah. Or just kind of put me on in the background if you just wanna chill. Whatever you wish to do. Yeah. Yeah. And you're trying. You're trying pretty good. So yeah. I don't know. Again, no pressure. This is a chill place. Where it's like I am. It's like, don't feel any pressure to like, to do anything perfectly. It's like, trust me, you will see as I write that I cannot write like spell for shit sometimes. It's like I am, it's like this is not, no perfection needs to be here. Just try your best and that's all we can really do. But yeah, glad you're here. Glad you're here. Oh, and if you have any like questions about what I'm working on, like at any point, just say so. Yeah. Again, really chill. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And if there's ever like if you need me to like type something out in chat so you can translate it, I can do that as well. You know. Yeah. Oh, so uh, this is the story. Okay, this story is about essentially it's about a boy who basically essentially he meets this girl from another world. She's a fire fairy, and basically they kind of essentially like hang out in this kind of like medieval fantasy world until one day there's like an incident that happens. They're nearly attacked by some dragons, and then it kind of in a desperate desire to protect, both of them, he ends up awakening his own like innate magical powers, which are to transform into a dragon, which basically leads into the kind of whole reveal that, surprise, he is actually the lost prince of a kingdom, essentially, and that he got his transformation powers from his mom. So now we're kind of in the part of the story where after learning this about himself, yeah, I don't know, I like writing fantasy. So yeah, so after we're kind of in that portion, this is more of a plot synopsis, so we're kind of just, it's not really scenes, it's more just kind of like all the major details, and then scenes kind of get filled out later. But yeah, we're kind of in the point of the plot synopsis where it's like he's just learned all this, so now he's kind of trying to figure out what he wants to do as his next steps. Because it's like, does he go and try to take, help this kingdom that he's, never, that doesn't even know he exists? because essentially an evil general from another kingdom took over. This plot synopsis is about 9 pages long, almost 10. Again, this is just a plot synopsis, so this isn't actually like full written out scenes. This is just plot point, plot point, plot point, plot point. It's kind of just like it's more like a list of kind of just what are the main plot points, and then the scenes will get filled in later. You know, it's like a checklist. Yeah, a very long checklist because again, 9 pages. Yeah. So yeah. It's kind of a defined universe, but there are definitely some things that I'm still figuring out as I go, especially kind of this later portion, just because, the beginning bit is very much definite, and I do know kind of how it ends, but it's more this middle section that's kind of, kind of the one where it's like as I'm working on it, I'm kind of figuring it out and kind of talking it out, which is kind of like why I like writing it live, because I get to kind of talk about it with chat, kind of like, bounce ideas off of chat, or it's kind of just like ramble out loud, you know? Yeah. And this is only one of the projects I work on. I also work on a different project called Monster Heart, which is kind of similar premise, but um, more in like the modern era, So this is kind of like, medieval, kind of, like high fantasy. That Monster Heart's more like contemporary, like in our day and age. Oh, shoot. Don't know what happened there. Oh, it doesn't say ads are playing. It might just be that you might need to refresh. Um, what was the last thing you heard? It might be that you need to refresh, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't say that I've dropped any frames, but Twitch be Twitch like that, where it's like Twitch be weird like that. It just is. So yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, it might have been. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, if there's anything you would like me to type out in chat, so like you can just kind of like throw it in the translator, just let me know. I don't mind just like writing things out. To, kind of what I'm doing now. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. I think it might have been when I got the part of just being like, it's mostly defined. It's more this middle section that I'm like writing it as I go, because the beginning's defined and the ending's defined. It's just this middle is kind of up in the air. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Just want to do what makes this like a good viewing experience for you, Because again, I'm pretty flexible, where it's like, if you need something, just like, or to kind of make things easier for you and kind of accommodate, it's like I can do that. That's kind of how I want my streams to be kind of a place that everyone can kind of just vibe, and kind of just exist in. So, I'm good at being flexible and kind of, making safe spaces. Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. I do sometimes speak kind of fast because I get carried away. Um, but I can try to reel that in, you know, And again, I don't know. I'd say it's not that bad, where it's like, as in you're not that bad, I definitely need to work on slowing down. It's like I've been told that my entire life, so trust me, it's not an insult to me, you know, it's something I do need to actively work on. So I will try to keep my voice a little bit more on the slow side to see if that helps. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad. Wow, that is a terrible thing for them to say. Yeah, no, yeah, yeah, no. Trust, yeah, yeah, no, they are the one in the wrong right there, where it's like, yeah, yeah, where it's like, that is not how you handle that situation. Oh, well, thank you. I made this model myself. Yeah, I drew her myself and kind of, I mean, the program isn't mine that animates her. That's through a different program, but yeah, I drew all of this myself. Well, I drew my model myself. Oh wait, sorry, slow down. Yeah, my profile pic and my logo, which you can see on here. Those were that it's I recently got it, so I was showing off to chat the two different versions. Those were done by my friend Pink. Um, yeah, yeah. So, yeah. So not everything on here is something I made. It's like my profile pic and the logo are from her. Yeah, also ads are starting in about 15 seconds, so just giving you a heads up. I will kind of uh, I will wait till you get out of ads before I keep talking. Just letting you know that ads will be playing in about 5 seconds. Oh, yeah. Well, if you actually I don't know if you're in ads. Yeah. Yeah. Good night. Well, I mean, yeah. 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 Good night and thank you for stopping in. Yeah, and that's the interesting bit, I think, is that idea of just like what he can do, not as Prince of Dragon's Fire, but as just Blaze, as just a dragon tamer who likes helping people. That's the interesting thing. Yeah, which also Ember brings up the thing of like, so do you want to do this secretly, or are we gonna actually tell your dad that we're doing this? Where it's like, because she is ride or die down to do that with Blaze, to like, sneak into Dragon's Fire and kind of like just kind of look around, see what's going on now. And then, but it's kind of like, does he want to do this secretly, or does he like kind of chill with the idea of, like, bringing it up to his dad? Because again, there's a lot of emotional stuff behind that idea. Because for context, he hasn't brought that idea up at all to his dad, of like the idea of like seeing Dragon's Fire for himself. I mean, and of course, his father, like, literally, lost, his wife, or it's kind of like, to what happened to Dragon's Fire. So it's kind of like, he does, that's the thing where it's like Blaze's dad doesn't want him to lose his son too, where it's kind of, to all this, but also, like, you'll see when I write it out, but it's like, essentially, well, he isn't, like with Wildfire, he isn't going to stop him, essentially, where it's like, he understands that this is like something Blaze feels like, that he needs to do, and it's like, and he's not going to like, force Blaze to stop or not to. Or it's kind of, it's just one of those things. But he does, and I mean, I'm gonna write this out, but it's like, what he does say to Ember specifically, he says this to Ember, he says, be for my son what I couldn't be for his mother, where it's like, essentially, he's like, hey, make sure Blaze comes back, okay? Like, well, I mean, he also tells her to come back, because, I mean, that's the thing, Blaze's dad cares for both Blaze and Ember, where it's like, when, like, it's kind of like the Victor and Eliza Smith kind of thing happened, where it's kind of like, Yeah, that kind of like rogue teenager that your son became best friends with and might have a crush on. Yeah, she's basically like your adopted daughter now. Like, it basically was like the whole, you know, um yeah, like basically like the Luke and Mallory situation where it's like, I don't know. Like, you know, Blazer's dad definitely does care about Ember and care about like her well-being and making sure that she also comes back from this alive, and safe. He's not just worried about his son, he's worried about both of them. Where it's like, mm, yeah, well, I put it in my title description, so I probably should get to him actually getting home for the first time. Oh, yay, thematic sad music. I should stop. I should. It's getting embarrassing. Yeah, I really like Unwavering Heart as a song. I think it's really good. It's probably one of my favorite Pokemon songs, if not like the favorite Pokemon song. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just love myself like a good strong violin or like piano. I think actually I'd have to like re-listen to see if it's like piano is kind of that bit. You know, screw it. I'm listening to it again. should stop. I should stop. This is getting embarrassing. I should stop. Yeah, it's mostly piano. There's no violin. I don't know how much the mic picked up on that. I'm really hoping maybe not a lot of it because that was low-key embarrassing. against the theory. Just had to um, automod caught a bot now. Um, Earlier this week, I was talking to someone else and was kind of just like, yeah, it's like weird. It's like I only get bots usually during like when my streams are kind of more active, not like this, or it's kind of just like like when I play auto chess and stuff. But granted, that could just be an outlier bot who likes to show up when things are slow. I don't know. This is what I mean by like the strong violin. This is what I mean by the strong violin. Love that. That just if I could animate, I so want to animate like probably any of my couples doing a cute little like kind of waltz dance together. I mean, Luke and Melody are definitely like top, but I could also see this for Blaze and Ember. I mean, granted they literally royalty. It's like they have to go to a royal ball at some point. Like they definitely host one like after everything's kind of in that rebuilding stage, kind of like as a celebration of like being able to rebuild. It's like they definitely do host a ball. So it's like, I don't know, maybe a cute dance with them together, I mean, but of course, like, Luke and Melody literally have the ball scene in the fairy tale AU. That is happening. That is coming. It will exist. And I will do a ref sheet for those outfits. Probably only on Human Luke because, like, let's be honest, I don't know how to draw furries. I do not know how to draw beast. I can try. I will probably not do a very good job. I don't know. I can describe him verbally. I cannot draw that. Draw him. I cannot draw anthropomorphic creatures, especially ones that are, a whole fusion of things. Like Beast is, kind of, So. Yeah, I mean, like, for the people who make complicated Beast designs, it's like, how? How did you do that? Or in, like, especially ones for webcomics, it's like, you really committed to drawing that, like, multiple times? I mean, respect, but, like, wow. Or it's like respect, but also it's like, oh, your poor sanity. This is what I kind of was saying earlier, kind of like the middle part is kind of where I'm still figuring things out because I don't quite know the middle all it. I know how it ends and I know how it starts. It's more just this middle that's kind of up in the air still, so it's kind of figuring that out as we go. Sorry about the yawning. It is like 10 o'clock at night. 10:30. It is almost 11 o'clock. Again, don't know how much the microphone on that. Hopefully it's not a lot. I did really, and that's, I mean, that's part of like Blaze's whole personal character conflict is kind of like his comparison to Wildfire, and kind of like, because he never met her, so it's kind of like all these people saying that he's so much like her, and kind of grappling with the idea that, like, trying to see her through him, like both in himself and also other people projecting, what they remember of Wildfire onto him, but also it's like, Blaze has a lot of his dad in him too, in like loving, unabashed, in that kind of strong held love, for people, and it's kind of like, and that like kind of like, he also got his sense of adventure from his dad too, if you remember the start of the story, that they both wanted to travel. Well, but also, so it's not all of his good traits aren't just from Wildfire. He gets some of those from his dad too. His people tend to focus more on Wildfire's side because now this is the thing of like, do I want that moment where Blaze's dad asked Ember to like be for Blaze what he couldn't be for Wildfire now, or do I want to wait till later when, spoiler alert, it does become the decision that Blaze does decide that he wants to fight for his throne back to free his people from, this oppressive, ruler. Where it's like, or do I wait for him to say that then, when it literally is that Blaze is, going off to fight basically the same fight that Wildfire left to go fight and never returned from. Yeah, maybe we do like a small precursor bit where it's like, it's not as emotionally deep. It's just kind of a quick kind of just like, hey, keep him safe, would ya? Where it's like, kind of like, Where it's like, it's not the deep kind of just like, his regrets and his guilt over not, being there for Wildfire when she needed him. Granted, he was kind of doing what she asked him to do, which was to take care of their son, but you know, conflict, he can still feel guilt about what happened to Wildfire and still, like, be that, he was doing what she asked him to do. He can feel both. He can feel both. But yeah, maybe this is more just, like, the little precursor where it's, like, he hasn't fully divulged all of that yet. Yeah, this is more like the precursor, kind of just, hey, keep him safe and keep yourself safe kind of vibes. And then later, when it's actually, like, yes, Blaze is about to go fight the same fight that, took Wildfire from, them. That's kind of just like, that's when it kind of all the emotions come out of just like, hey, be stronger than I was. Be there for him, You don't have something, it's like, but also, like, keep yourself safe. But that's also kind of the conflict of, like, he wants Ember to be there to help his son, but also acknowledges that Ember herself has her own family to get back to. Her own family who would be very upset if something happened to her. So it's kind of like, Ember can't just be risking herself just for Blaze. It's like, she has her own life to lead. And, like, this comes up repeatedly, like, Blaze brings it up too, kind of just like, Ember can back out at any time, but of course, this is that Ember is actively choosing to help Blaze, and of course, Ember, not because she's running away anymore, because of the fact that she simply just cares for Blaze. This isn't, she's not staying and choosing to fight because she's running away from something anymore. She's choosing to fight because there is something to fight for. Someone to fight for. People to fight for, And before she goes off to fight, she does make peace with her family. It's one of those things where it's like, she does settle what's going on with them, where it's like, the emotions are settled, it's not, she doesn't leave for this fight with still unresolved things. Like, things start resolving, essentially. They're not fully resolved because those things take time. It doesn't take just one, like, phone call to fix everything, it's like, but, they're getting there, essentially. Hi, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Axiom and Raiders. Hi, welcome in. Let me get you a shout out. Yeah. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Enigma 380. So let me see, Axiom. Hold on, I'm getting the shout out. It's just a little slow. I'm running the show solo today. So, yeah, just a little bit slow on things, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, to anyone who is here who isn't, a raider, or if you're a raider and you aren't already following the person you were just watching, go follow Axiom. They're really cool. I don't know. I've only been able to, like, catch, like, one of your streams so far. I want to catch more. Trust me, you're gonna see a lot of spacing out if you stick around, Enigma. Which that follow gets us 2 away from 100 followers, so we are getting kind of close, which is insane. I still need to figure out what I want to plan for that. I kind of want to do, like, a group thing, which will, again, take planning, because it's like, but yeah, break. You guys were playing Detective Pikachu. I saw that. Wait, was it Detective Pikachu or Let's Go? It was something. My brain is spacing out. I might have said the wrong thing. Yeah. And I'd like to catch your streams more. It's like, I'd like to catch everybody's streams more, but it's just, like, busy. And I will skip over Area 0 because we don't need, scary areas. Okay, you guys were playing Let's Go. I have no idea why I was thinking you guys were playing Detective Pikachu. I think maybe it was just, I saw the word Pikachu and my brain made the wrong association. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I remember about Detective Pikachu was the mac and cheese divorce cutscene. That's a cutscene right there. That's a yeah. But yeah, how was Let's Go? How was Let's Go? I sorry. I am bad at I'm bad at the I'm still learning how to do the rating thing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still of like the you know, but yeah. Shoot, I didn't even do an introduction. Oh shoot. Oh, you don't know? You don't know about the mac and cheese divorce cutscene? Oh, I thought that was infamous on the internet amongst like people who play Pokemon. Oh, yeah, yeah. Part of me wants to explain it, and then part of me wants you to like find it for yourself, of like look it up and see it in all of its glory. But anyway, yeah. Oh shoot, I didn't even do an introduction. Hi readers. Hi, my name is Belle. I am a lightning bug themed magical girl PNG tuber. I do a variety of things. I do some. Well, I don't do a lot of gaming. I'm trying to get into that more. I mostly do writing, and currently we are working on session 5 of working on the plot synopsis for Dragon King and Fire Maiden. We are about to actually get to the first time that our protagonist finally gets to our protagonist actually go to Dragonsfire. That is happening today. Hence the stream title of, you know, a young prince comes home, where it's kind of like, yeah, he's finally gonna meet, you know, kind of finally gonna go to his home kingdom, you know, or well, his mom's home. I don't know. Blaze has conflicting feelings about his what is considered home. Oh, you've also never heard of this cutscene? Huh, I would have thought that, because I've never played the game, and even I know about the mac and cheese divorce cutscene. Part of me feels like you guys should just like look it up and watch it in its like, you know, because I feel like me explaining it is not going to do it justice. But yeah, let's just say there is a scene in this game that has to do with mac and cheese, and then a divorce. It's crazy. Okay, so essentially, the Pikachu in the game, the you know, he's living with the guy's family. They have mac and cheese for dinner. Pikachu eats some mac and cheese. He then basically like starts disassociating and passes out, I think, into the mac and cheese. It's been a while since I've seen the clip. So he like literally it's like the mac and he's like acting like the mac and cheese was drugged, but essentially he eats the mac and cheese and then basically like passes out. And then we get a cutscene to the main human character's dad basically telling his wife, the father of the main human character telling, you know, his wife, you know, the mother of the main human character, that he wants a divorce, you know, and then he leaves. We literally see that of like a black and white thing, and it literally is, it's like, he literally says, I forget the name of the woman, but it's like, he's like, I want a divorce. Like, it's not even like beat around the bush, he says divorce. And all of this is happening because Pikachu ate some mac and cheese and is now having basically he's having an acid trip, essentially. And then he wakes up and he's like, what the fuck was that? Well, he doesn't say that, Pikachu can't say fuck. You know what? Out of all the Pikachus, Detective Pikachu should be allowed to say fuck. And also OG, like, chunky Pikachu should also be allowed to say fuck. I stand by that. Yeah, if you give a mouse a pasta, he's going to have a flashback of divorce. You know. But yeah, like, I don't know, it's a weird cutscene. And I would have sworn, like, that was, like, more people would have seen it. And I don't sound like an insane person for talking about it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, someone has to have made that edit, right? Someone has to have made the edit of, like, movie Detective Pikachu saying fuck, right? Someone has to have made that edit, right? I feel like that movie cannot have existed in the public consciousness enough, like, I feel like it's existed in the public consciousness long enough that, like, that has to exist somewhere on the internet, right? Somewhere in the depths of the internet, someone has made the movie Pikachu say fuck. Yeah. But yeah, that is the mac and cheese divorce cutscene in its, yeah. Yeah. I could have sworn that was more infamous. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, shit. Need to finish the spiel. I'm getting distracted. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, I know we kind of got distracted about the mac and cheese divorce cutscene, but yeah, hopefully Let's Go was good. You guys had fun, and if you guys have to rate a run at all, completely understand. For us on the East Coast, it's kind of late. It's nearly 11 o'clock at night. So yeah, if anyone has to rate and run, completely understand. But to those who do want to stick around, yeah, we are working on more Dragon King Fire Maiden, which is we're essentially at the point where, you know, all of the stuff has happened. Blaze now knows why he has dragon powers. It's because of his mom. You know that their bloodline are cursed bloods. Essentially, that means that they can transform into dragons. Yeah, 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 fellow East Coaster. Yeah, but anyway, yeah. Yeah, and yeah, if anyone does need to rate and run, I completely understand. It's perfectly okay. Oh, I don't skip past you. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, so that kind of all happened. There was kind of an incident. Lost control. He lost control for a little bit, but then he's back. So now he's kind of having to cope with the learning about his parents' backstory and kind of be like, yeah, cope with the idea that he is in fact, you know, heir to the throne of an entire other kingdom that is currently being ruled by a tyrannical, murderous ruler. Because, yeah, in case I think I've mentioned it on stream, but yeah, in case some of you don't know, the you know, yeah, Blaze's mom was queen of that kingdom, and then another kingdom, basically the general from another kingdom took over his own kingdom and then went and took over her kingdom, and in the process kind of ended up killing most of the royal family, including her. So yeah, Blaze's mom is not in the picture anymore, which is, you know. So now Blaze, upon learning about all this, is kind of conflicted because it's kind of like, does he keep living his life as like kind of like as it was, kind of oblivious to the fact that this all happened, or does he, you know, go and stand and fight for, you know, essentially his people, you know, because, I mean, he's kind of got that kind of feels responsible, like, as literally the crown prince, is like, he should do something, right? Where it's like, or at least that's how he feels. Which, you know, but again, he's a newbie dragon who doesn't understand how to use his powers, really, so it's kind of like, you know, it kind of would be kind of a pretty bad idea if he tried to, like, you know, go in guns blazing, you know, trying to, pun not intended, but you know what I mean, where it's like, to try to, you know, try to free his, you know, his kingdom, you know. So he's kind of conflicted about that, and it's like, so he kind of comes with this kind of conclusion of kind of just like, you know, let me just kind of go there, you know, just this, you know, just go there, see kind of what the situation is, not as, you know, trumpets blaring, you know, like, telling everyone Crown Prince, but kind of just as Blaze, as just this kid who wants to help, you know, where it's like, you know, yeah, and this is kind of him having a conversation with his dad about it, because it's kind of like, you know, he couldn't bring himself to just kind of disappear on his dad, because Ember is like ready, like, you know, is his like ride or die, ready to like go with him, you know. He like she said that from the beginning when they were having their little heart to heart up at their lookout point, which is the first time they kind of like hold hands like in a more romantical sense, which is cute, you know. Still haven't said I love you. They're still not there yet. They are slow burning it. Yeah. But yeah, so Ember's ready to go. Ember, like I said, is ride or die. She's ready. You know, where it's like, you know, if he wants to go, she'll go. And Loki, she is also ready. Like, if he wants to actually like start some shit, start some violence, she is also down, ready to go, ready to commit some violence. Oh, wait, I feel like I should show this off. For anyone who is still here from the raid, I got a new logo recently. Well, I got a logo, my first logo. Y'all want to see it? Y'all want to see my logo? I got a logo now. I think it's very cute. Yeah. So they're the same logo, just this one has the white border. And Axiom, well, you already know who. Well, actually, I don't actually know if you know who did this. If you can tell from the art style. I mean, yeah, I feel like. But hey, Pink did this. I commissioned Pink to make this. Yeah, I don't know. Pink's art style is kind of distinct. That feels like Pink's rendering style. But yeah, Pink did this. Actually, you know. Shout out. Lost. Yeah. Yeah, Pink made these logos. Well, she made the base and then she did the white border for this one because, fun fact, certain websites when they do transparency do it in black, so like you lose like a lot of the details. So that's why the white border is important. But yeah, for any raiders who are still here, it's like I would recommend that you go follow like Pokemon Blossom Pink. Again, incredible artist, incredible like mod and streamer. You know, yeah, made my super cute logo. You know, my new logo. She also did my profile pic, which you know, her commissions are open. So if you want a profile pic, you know, just putting that out there. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'm really happy with my new logo. I think it's absolutely adorable. I love like the little lightning bugs and the rose actually has to do with my other project, Monster Heart, because yeah, same. It's like I wish I could make models as good as she does. You know, where it's like where it's like you know, it's like I mean, I'm proud of the current model that I have. I'm proud of what I was able to do, but it's like, you know, I I am very impressed with like what she's able to do with PNG Tuber Plus. It's like the amount of like movement and like physics that she's able to do with that. That is so impressive, you know. But yeah, yeah, but yeah. What was I thinking? My brain deep fried. What was, my brain is on buffering mode. I'm trying to remember what I pick up where I left off. Um, yeah. So this is kind of this moment where it's kind of like, you know, they're kind of having that conversation, and his dad is basically like, yeah, I kind of knew you'd probably ask that. It's like, Blaze, you have so much of wildfire in you. It's like yeah, no, yeah, it was kind of obvious from the start. Like the second like I told you about your origins, you were gonna go there. Which I don't know. I think it's a cute moment between them. It kind of just like shows their understanding as like father and son of kind of just like, and also kind of shows how much you know Blaze's father kind of knew wildfire and kind of just how she was. So yeah, so yeah, it's Wildfire's like sense of adventure and also her sense of loyalty to those she swore to protect. Because even though these people don't know Blaze, because that's kind of the whole thing. The reason why like Blaze is kind of like thinking that maybe he could just go back to like just being oblivious to it is because technically nobody there knows he's exist. It's not like they're waiting for this like lost prince to come back and save their realm. No, they don't know that he exists. Nobody knew Wildfire had a kid. You know, it was basically something she kept secret from everybody. So when Blaze was born, nobody knew except a couple of her ladies' maids, which those girls are loyal. Those girls ain't telling nobody. Those lips are sealed. So yeah, so quite literally, nobody, not even the big bad, like, General Snowstorm, knows Blaze even exists. Quite literally, everyone thinks Wildfire died without an heir. Granted, they think that she, died without even a suitor, because, Wildfire pulled what would later become the Princess Lily move of, like, rejecting all of your suitors because you're already hooked up with some guy on the beach. Which sounds terrible, but both of those relationships are actually very good and healthy. Well, if you ignore the whole what happened to Wildfire. But yeah. But in terms of Flav and Lily, it's like healthy, happy ending. Quite literally, they do get the happily ever after. Like well, I mean, it gets stressful a little bit because they're very much stressful when you're dating across enemy lines. But yeah, yeah. Right. No. That's capital. Yeah, capitalized. Mhm. Yeah. Oh, also, I have made the decision that I'm like gonna start like taking these and like taking what we've already written and like kind of chunking it and like putting it already up on my toy house instead of just waiting for this whole thing to be completed. So yeah, now other people can read what we've written so far and kind of just like actually get invested. Yeah, yeah, because I started to realize that at the rate that I go, it's like this ain't gonna be done for like a little bit longer. So I mean, we're getting close. We are actually getting very close to kind of where I would cap this, because there's a point where it switches from kind of like really heavy plot points to like more episodic in nature, and then kind of picks up back more into like heavy plot points later when we get to Flame and Lily. So there is a moment where this lore doc stops. We're getting there. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that good shoot, what was what was red and blue on? That was it was like the original Game Boy, right? That good like Game Boy Crunch. I don't know. I never owned a Game Boy, but I very much like 8-bit music, so it's kind of like yeah. Wait, oh, shoot, did not mean to open that. I meant to check something and I opened the wrong tab. Uh, random Aiden jump scare. Whoops. I meant to open a different tab. Shoot. Because I got a notification. I was trying to see what it was and I accidentally opened the wrong tab. Yeah. Also, is it just me or like is that supposed to happen in the song where it's like the audio dips for a second? Like you all heard that, right? Where it's like the song like randomly stopped. Is that in the original X and Y? Because this is a song from X and Y. It's "The Sun Shines Down." Um, is that what's supposed to happen, or is this playlist just kind of messed up, or like has that pause? I've never been able to tell because I have a feeling this sounds like cutscene music. I think so. It's like, is that like thematic? Is it a moment in the cutscene? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Because, I mean, thinking about it, kind of, we are getting close, definitely, because it's this section, the initial visit, and then kind of what Blaze learns from that, kind of, actually meeting and finding out that, yeah, there are definitely people who would be, like, willing to fight by his side and kind of, like, want their kingdom back. So, like, that's kind of when we get Blaze be kind of, it's essentially when he makes the decision that, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm going to fight for, the crown back. Not necessarily even saying his crown back. It's like his Blaze is still kind of in that kind of area where he's like not completely sure if like he can be king or if, well, not in terms of like legality, but more like an emotional sense. You know, doesn't really know if he can be king. But so it's like so then we get to that bit, that little interim at back at home where it's like kind of the emotional stuff happens, and then you get into the actual like fight for the throne, like fighting when he fights Snowstorm, kind of all that jazz, and then the conclusion to that, and then is kind of how we end in that kind of like pseudo happily ever after. I mean, granted, they've got a lot of like work to do, and like the plot still continues. It's just more episodic because you get the like it starts, then it becomes episodic for a bit, and then you kind of get back into major plot points when Flame gets introduced and kind of his relationship with Lily and kind of everything that comes with that, and that also comes with the introduction of the dragon hunting kingdom, or the kingdom of dragons blood and bone. you know yeah yeah yeah, it's kind of one of those things of like, is it really, is he really meant to rule? Because he doesn't have any of the training or the fancy, finishing school or anything like that. he wasn't even, he never even got to see Wildfire act as queen, so it's not even that he's got a frame of reference to work on. Granted, he did kind of live in a castle village, which is, well, I mean, that's not even, I don't think that's a proper term for it, but you kind of know what I mean. Essentially, like, like those, like, kind of, like, castles that have, like, a village surrounding them? He did grow up in one of those villages, but that didn't mean, like, he saw royalty all the time. Granted, I've kind of been thinking about adding, like, having, like, the prince of, the kingdom that Blaze, was originally kind of was living in, kind of being a character, and kind of, but I'm still deciding what kind of character I want to be. Are we thinking, like, kind of a shy softy, or are we thinking kind of an arrogant sort, and are we gonna have Ember punch him in the face for that? The answer is, if he's an arrogant sort, probably yes, because boy do I love that trope. It's like, Eliza, the woman you are, to punch that old man in the face because he was being an asshole. So yeah, so maybe, so I don't know. So I'm still kind of deciding if that prince is going to be a character, which would be basically Blaze's, like, kind of few references about, like, what a royal is supposed to be. And if he's the arrogant type, then that kind of crosses him off the list because it's like, yeesh. Yeah, don't want to be like that guy. So I don't know. So yeah, Blaze really doesn't know if he's can rule or should rule because it's like, he's kind of just a nobody. He's kind of just, sure, he's got the blood in his veins, but that doesn't really mean anything. He's got the power, literally he has the power. He has Wildfire's blood, he's got Wildfire's blood curse, but that doesn't necessarily make him a good ruler. Makes him strong, makes it so that he can kick ass, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he knows how to run the country. So it's kind of like those conflicted feelings he has. Quite literally, there are moments where he thinks that Ember would be a better ruler than him. And we will get to this, but there's a kind of bittersweet moment where it's like when they're kind of planning, like when they do decide, okay, we're actually going to try to take back the throne, where Blaze basically kind of, in like a moment where he like kind of acknowledges the fact that like these people look to him as like their ruler and their source of power, he writes a decree that basically, like, if something happens to him in the process of taking back the throne, he gives it to Ember. Ember is the one who will, essentially essentially that, and granted, Ember tells him, it's like, we're not going to need that petition, like, don't even bother telling me, like, where it is, but he still does anyway, because, and, let's just say, they get real close to needing that petition, or whatever, the decree, petition, you know what I mean, anyway, yeah. So, like, it's definitely, like, Blaze has his doubts about being ruler, being king, like, being this person to his people. He wants to be this person for them, to be this, like, kind and understanding ruler, who has it all figured out and together. But again, he is 15 years old. It's like, he's young. He doesn't really know what he's doing. He's trying his best. He's trying his best, y'all. So, yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. Almost forgot that bit. After his father agrees to it, he after Blaze leaves, like Ember kind of lingers a little bit because she can kind of tell that there's something more he wanted to say, and it was to her, and it was, keep him safe and keep yourself safe, because that's kind of a precursor to a conversation they have later when Blaze decides to take back the throne, which is basically when Blaze's father says to Ember, be for him what I could not be for Wildfire. Essentially, be there, stand by his side, fight and protect him. But also, he also, acknowledges, but keep yourself safe, too. I know you have someone to go back to. I know you have people to come back to as well. Because, like Blaze and his father both acknowledge this, like in different contexts. But the fact that Ember herself has people to come back, she has a family as well. Like Blaze gives her multiple outs that she can just leave, that she does not have to help him fight, that she can leave at any point during this chaos. I didn't write it in the initial lore doc because I feel like it would be better in a scene, but there is a moment after the whole transformation thing that like he gives her the out of just like, you can leave, you don't have to, where it's like, like kind of like when he's still kind of in that kind of like panicked kind of like guilty feeling about what happened, he gives her an out and says like, you don't have to stay, you can, yeah, well, more like a you don't have to stay with me kind of way. It's like kind of like I can see if somebody else in the village is willing to let you stay with them, because he's still kind of wrapped up in that guilt of kind of just like the fact that he lost control and attacked his own village, which granted wasn't his fault because he wasn't literally it was dark magic taking him over, but it's he still feels guilty about it. But yeah, multiple times Blaze gives Ember an out to like not have to be involved in this fight because it's not her kingdom that she's fighting for, it's his. But again and again, Ember stays because, ride or die loyal right there. And also at that point, they're like basically in love, but they're kind of like both holding back their feelings until this whole fight is over, Like quite literally, I think, in that conversation, well, maybe in a separate conversation because that might ruin the mood of both scenes, Blaze tries to confess his feelings and Ember kind of like, not shuts him down, but kind of is just like, like, wait till after we win this war. And he's like, but what if we will? Where it's like, Ember is Blaze's confidence at some points. And that's kind of cute, but about them. I could definitely see that as like um how the people of like the village, like we know when they go kind of like realize that Blaze is most likely not just a regular guy, is like they like he kind of like at some moment it's like kind of like when he's helping someone he kind of like looks up at them kind of like, you know, like actually like a small thought, but they like the thing they notice is his eyes, which are not brown, they're red, even though like most of the time, like, you know, for most of his life people have just been saying those are brown because, you know, or that had been the lie he had been going with, and probably the lie he kept up with when they went to Dragon's Fire. But yeah, turns out some people were able to clock that his eyes are not a natural color. And also remember that Wildfire, well, most of the royal family, their eyes, the ones that were cursed bloods, their eyes were red. No, probably everyone else in the royal family I think probably had brown eyes, but like, yeah, probably like clock that thing of like cursed bloods have red eyes, which I think is probably also the reason why, like, well, I mean, there's kind of like a funny scene that I was kind of thinking of wanting to do where it's like they initially think Ember is the heir to the throne that, like, you know, has come to save them, and then she's like, nah, I'm just his backup. The you know, the crown heir you're looking for is him, and then points to Blaze, just kind of being like, hi, just kind of like awkwardly standing there, kind of just like, you know, kind of nervous. And then that's kind of when they clock him, kind of just like and they're just like, you sure this kid's Wildfire's son? Or it's like, and then like, you know, and then they're like, you want proof? And it's like, well, what proof do you have? And then then Blaze just turns into a dragon, and they're just like, oh, yeah, that's Wildfire's son. That is definitely her child. Because, I mean, granted, if you just go purely off of the firepower, technically it's very understandable why they would confuse, like, you know, Ember for possibly being here, because Ember also has fire magic, she just doesn't have the transformation aspect of it, you know. Well, she does, but in the sense of, like, the magical girl way, where it's, like, you know, her kind of magical girl outfit. In, like, normal terms, it's like, or in, like, full transformation kind of stuff, it's like, no, that's only Blaze can do that. But I think that would be really funny, if just kind of them being like, what's your proof? Turns into a dragon. Okay, that's proof enough. Because, I mean, that really is, like, only, you know, Wildfire's, you know, kid could do that. Or just anyone who was descended of, like, the royal family. Yeah. Well, it's the fact that the specific dragon he turns into is the reason why he can only be Wildfire's son. If he turned into an Obsidialisk, like Flame is, then it would kind of be a question of kind of just like, well, you're somehow related to them. We don't quite know how. Like, for Blaze's dragon, and, you know, because of the fact that it's directly Wildfire's, because it is firstborn of a firstborn, that's how the blood curse works when it's the main type of dragon, which I don't think I've explained, like, why there are more than one curse blood, if that's the rule for the curse. And the reason is, that should just be funky like that sometimes, and it's basically a consequence of using more than, or I don't know, it's essentially magic just be funky, kind of like that, and it's like the wind this curse was cast, like one of the elements that were used, there multiple different dragon parts were used, in like the kind of mystical magical, like, you know, spell casting, because it was cast by the Kingdom of Dragons, but they don't really have qualms about, you know, using dragon parts for, like, their magic, these spells. So, yeah. So, I don't know. I haven't fully decided, like, why the curse is kind of, like, fucky in that regard, where it's kind of, like, a little bit weird in that regard. But yeah, so you can, in fact, have more than one curse blood existing at one time. There will only be one, mainline curse blood, like the firstborn of a firstborn curse blood, but other curse bloods can exist. That's the reason why Flame exists, is because he is descended from that line. He's not, like, a direct descendant of Wildfire, but he's still in that family line. The blood curse still runs in his veins, you know. And, you know, like I said, the blood curse doesn't affect everybody. Like I said, Flame's father, you know, Wildfire's brother, it's like, technically he has the blood curse running through his veins, but he's not affected by it. He's just a regular, ordinary human. It runs in his veins. I mean, it's just similar to how magical genetics just kind of work in like most of my stuff. Where it's like in Monster Heart, where it's like Victor doesn't have any shapeshifting magic. He can't shapeshift. He doesn't have that power, but it still runs in his, it still is inside of him. It still runs in his, like, his blood, his DNA, whatever metaphor you want to use. It's still a part of him. So he was able to pass that ability down to his son, and Luke is able to shapeshift. Luke actually, however, I don't know, I like kind of keeping it vague of kind of like why, because I don't know, genetics are weird. Magical genetics are also weird. So it's like, I don't know, I kind of like keeping it vague of kind of just like what things do and don't trigger that magic to activate, Because again, it could just be random luck, it could just be random chance. That it just happened to be that, But yeah. So technically, because that person was still running in their veins, it's, there was that, Flame, instead of, becoming like the mainline, cursed blood, despite being born first, before Blaze, he's older than Blaze. He became an Obsidialisk, or that's his ability to transform into, which I'm aware that is kind of weird that I've named the side characters dragon form before I have named the actual dragon species that our main protagonist turns into. I know it's weird. I will get to it. But anyway, yeah. So Flame, turns into an Obsidialisk, and then, which is, so basically, like, any cursed blood who is not the mainline cursed blood, it will be, like, an Obsidialisk. And different kingdoms have the different, like, what the other one is. Like, little spoiler alert, when Lily curses herself and basically puts a blood curse on her family as kind of like a fuck you to her dad, the king of Dragon's Blood, the king of the Hunters, she does a little, like, fuck you, curse our bloodline kind of thing. Standard teenage rebellion move. Where it's like, their mainline dragon is the same as her dragon, Camellia, which, and then their secondary, yeah, I mean, definitely. Oh, I went over this earlier in stream. You weren't there for it, but I talked about how Flame being an Obsidialisk ties very much into his character and who he is as a person, because Obsidialisk, they're kind of a co-domain kind of dragon, where it's like they're a bit like kind of like a fire and rock dragon, where it's like, they've kind of, they're kind of both, because they're more based on like, molten, lava and like molten rock, is kind of more what their design aspect is. While Blaze's dragon is more of a traditional, like, Western idea of, like, a fire dragon, like the sleek scales, kind of, like, sleek body type, bright red, kind of, like, the standard Western dragon is basically what they are, what he is. But yeah, which Obsidialisk have very tough exteriors. Like, their scales are super dense and super thick, and it's like they're very, like, tight together. So it's like, yeah, well, yeah, magic definitely in my stories is tied to emotion. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, even just the moment after they become a cursed blood, it's kind of like how they choose to react, or it's like what triggered their first, time being a cursed blood, because, again, Blaze becoming a cursed blood was like, he was always a cursed blood, but, it's like, his powers activating very much were in character because they activated because of a strong desire to protect people, to help people. It's like that's what activated his powers and made them awaken, because he wanted to help people, Yeah, but yeah, what was I saying? Where it's like, and like the only way you can really attack an Obsidialisk is by aiming for their underbelly. Like, they're basically the soft side of them. Which is very hard to get to, because, as you can imagine, it's kind of hard to get to touching, like, if you got a big angry dragon, it's kind of hard to give him belly scratches, or to stab him in that belly, but you know what I mean. It's like, so, which pretty much ties in very well with who Flame is as a person, because Flame is very standoffish, very much does not let people in, which is understandable. My dude has gone through a lot of heartbreak, that is like, it is understandable that he would not want to get close to people. For context, The conflict and war in Dragonfire that killed Blaze's mom also killed both of Flame's parents. So Flame is a full orphan, you know. So it's like, and that kind of like caused him to kind of push people away. Where it's kind of like, you know, which kind of makes sense for a bulky dragon, where it's like you can't get into, you know, you can't hurt. Where it's like outside things can't hurt them if you just keep pushing people away. And it's the thing of like, quite literally, the only thing that can hurt him is what gets closest to him, i.e. the people that are closest to him. What hurts him the most is the fact that his parents are gone. You know, where it's like, like literally the people that are closest to him are what hurt him the most. Which is like, I get, like, it's literally, it's, you know, it's the same thing as the dragon. You literally have to get close to it to hurt it, you know. You know. You know, where it's like, you know, like Flame literally pushes people away, and it's like kind of like, and then you have Lily who got close to him, who kind of like, you know, or it's like in like a lot of Flame stories, like learning to get close to people again, learning to open himself up again, like, you know, learning to like embrace the idea of heartache and just kind of like, you know, learn to love people again, like both, well, not just romantically in the sense of Lily, but also platonically and familially, basically to fix his relationship with Blaze, to like actually be, you know, a family instead of just like cutting, you know, basically like tying himself off and just kind of like cutting ties, where it's like not wanting to, you know, because Blaze wants to be like, you know, connect with Flame, be a family, kind of do all those things, and just Flame doesn't want to do it because, like, you know, he has already lost so much. He can't bear to have something else be like that emotional, you know, knife in his chest, you know. You know. You know, or it's kind of that, yeah. So yeah, definitely what you were saying. Curse Bloods and their forms tell a lot about their characters, and like how they view their cursed forms, because it's like, Blaze, like, essentially, like, sure, it freaked him out at the start, but eventually he does learn to kind of, you know, love who he is, and like Wildfire loved being Cursed Blood, she loved being able to fly, turn into a she loved all that. Flame has a complicated relationship with his own, like, Cursed Blood nature because of, you know, the kind of whole thing of kind of just like, oh, it's kind of, he kind of struggles with getting into this, like, where it's like, you know, context, Flame was basically living in the woods for most of his life, because that was how him and his mom kind of escaped the whole thing that was going on there for a bit, and then people found him, his mom kind of gave herself up so he'd be fine, and basically was, for the next 4 years, was basically raised by dragons, exclusively. So, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, essentially, yeah. So it's kind of like, you know, and you kind of see that where it's like, he has a hard time adjusting to society, kind of like, adjusting to all of that. So, yeah, where it's like, and like, that kind of comes out in the form of kind of like, him, because when he was literally living with the dragons, he had he rarely ever went untamed form, which is like when the dark magic takes over, because, you know, it is still, at the end of the day, a curse. It's still a dark magic that affects their bloodline. Where it's like, but now, in kind of like trying to fit into society, trying to fit into all these rules, trying to, like, you know, be this, like, you know, hold the title that he has, because, I mean, technically he is, similar to Blaze, he inherited his family title of, like, I don't know, I don't really remember specifics. So far, I've been just referring to him as, like, the Grand Duke, so it's like, he's got a good title, like, he's got a pretty high title, and he has no social skills. Well, you know, where it's like, so he's struggling, so it's like, so, and that comes in the form of, like, struggling, where that struggle basically affects how he transforms, where it's like, so they have a fully human form, fully dragon form, and kind of like an in-between form, which is mostly just for combat, you know, or if they just want to fly and are too lazy to go full dragon. So there are many times where he gets stuck in that midway because of the emotional turmoil that's going on, and sometimes that's stuck in, or he either fully goes untamed form while he's in, like, full dragon form, or he gets stuck midway. And it's kind of a representation of kind of just, like, his own being stuck between two worlds. and that causes a lot of like self-doubt and kind of a little bit of shame in him, which is the reason why, not just because it's kind of a low-key and a Cupid and Psyche retelling, is the reason why he hesitates to let Lily see him, because they do kind of a like Cupid and Psyche kind of cave situation where it's like, you know, she can't see him but he can kind of see her. It's kind of a whole thing where it's like the reason why he hesitates is because that kind of self-image has kind of been wrecked by, like, you know, the whole, you know, being torn. Literally, he is torn between two worlds, both in the mental sense and kind of like sometimes in the physical sense, where it's like, and like that's kind of in between is like kind of like, you know, patches of scales on like their mostly human body, like, you know, claws still being there, sometimes like the fangs and like the horns, depending on if it's a dragon species that has horns, like, and also like their tail, where it's kind of like, you know, it is like kind of an in-between form. And like there are certain people that are not, even in Dragonsire where they're peace with dragons, it's still a little bit of a weird form to accept. Of like, yeah, sometimes the Grand Duke just look like that sometimes, where it's like, you know, it's like causes him a lot of like, you know, anxiety and shame, where it's like, you know, again, he didn't want Lily to see him for like the longest time, because it's like, you know, even when he was fully human, fully not having a crisis, because it affected how he viewed himself, like, just generally. So yeah, I don't know, there's a lot I can say about Flame's relationship with his dragon form, and how that ties in with who he is as a person. Yeah, no, the Flame definitely, like, you know, he's hiding from, you know, like, yeah, which like, I feel like I need to specify because they have very similar names. Flame is the cousin. Flame is not our main protagonist. Flame is side protagonist. But yeah, but yeah, no, it's like, you know, being, you know, it's like, he's, you know, it's, you know, it's, he's, like, essentially he is, it's like, and he kind of pulls, like, the same thing his aunt does, which, Flame's relationship with Wildfire is also very interesting, because it's like, you know, essentially, because the only ones left are Flame and Blaze, and it's kind of like trying to process what was and was not done by their, you know, by their parents, and kind of just like, you know, could they have done more to maybe make things, oh, ads, you know what, I'm on a roll, I'm snoozing those ads. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, so it's like his relationship with her is fascinating, but it's also fascinating because, you know, it's kind of a one-sided one, because again, she's dead. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, you know, where it's like, essentially, he kind of blames a lot of what happened on Wildfire, like, you know, if she had been a stronger queen, if she had, you know, been more present instead of, you know, going off and, you know, as we know, hooking up with Blaze's dad, you know, where it's like, if she had been more present, maybe things would have been avoided. Essentially, he kind of low-key blames her for the fact that his parents are both gone, you know, which is a very complicated thing, where it's like, you know, the only family member you have left is her son that she had with the guy that she was basically leaving the kingdom to go hang out with and hook up with, you know, it's like, it's very interesting, but anyway, yeah, so it's like, he, like, you know, he literally multiple times runs away from all that, you know, he pulls the same move his aunt did, where it's like, things got kind of stressful, he just found a pretty much abandoned, which, well, Flames is a little bit more, has a little bit deeper of it, because Wildfire was just kind of like looking at a, you know, she just found a random wind gate and just was like, hey, take me somewhere where I can kind of just chill and be myself, and it ended up taking her to Blaze's dad's kingdom. Flame had a specific kingdom in mind. He went to the kingdom of Dragon's Blood and Bone on purpose, because quite literally, he didn't care if, like, you know, these dragon hunters found him, if they knew who he was, if, like, they realized that, you know, that he was a cursed blood. He didn't care, because essentially what I'm saying is, like, Flame's will to live kind of, was not great for a bit. Yeah, and like, Lily definitely helps him confront it, because I will say, you know, Lily is not, like, passive, or she's incredibly kind, incredibly sweet, and, like, yeah, again, helps him, you know, to grieve and kind of, like, get through his feelings, but she's not passive in the sense where she just kind of, like, agrees with all of his feelings. She calls him out when it's like, you know, hey, I don't think you're being fair right now. She's willing to call him out on that. And, like, and it's the thing where it's like, and Ember calls him out on it too, and Blaze doesn't, because Blaze, you know, doesn't really, Blaze is, like, trying his best to just, like, keep the only family he has left on this side, so if that means just kind of letting him, Flame, kind of say what he wants to say, Blaze is kind of gonna let him, you know, so, yeah. But yeah, but I think it coming from Lily is kind of how he was able to kind of it kind of fully clock where it's like where it's not from coming from someone who like he actively conflicts a lot because yeah they Blaze well, not Blaze Ember and Flame don't really get along that well, you know. Even when they become like amicable with each other, it's literally because when Flame becomes like okay with Blaze, where it's like they become like, you know, a good bonding again. Where it's kind of just like we are being friendly with each other because we both care about Blaze, not because I like you. Like they got a little bit going on, you know. But yeah, but yeah, Flame definitely has a lot of things like to confront, both in like, you know, essentially both in his relationship with other people in his life and his relationship with himself and his, you know, and his powers and everything. Yes, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely Lily gives those vibes of just like, yeah, she's very soft, very sweet, very kind. You know, I mean, she's literally a princess of dragon hunters who chose to be kind to, you know, what her kingdom is like been taught to fear because she literally, well, also because she's smart enough to like, you know, look past like, you know, the propaganda and like the, you know, the old traditions and be like, hey, I don't think this is good. I think this is generally harming our ecosystem. You know, it's like, you know, and like generally making life harder for us. And also it's like I'm pretty sure most of these dragons fear us now. It's like I don't think they're I think we're the scary ones now. I think we're the apex predator, which she's right. But yeah. So it's not so yeah, so I mean she's like she consistently chooses to be kind and chooses to be soft, but that doesn't mean she doesn't stand her ground. Again, see when we get to when she confronts her father, which she does multiple times because, you know, she's willing to confront her father over these things. Because she wants peace. She wants peace with the dragon. She wants peace with the other kingdoms, especially when it kind of comes out that, like, you know, her father is trying to start beef with Blaze's kingdom. You know, she wants it to end. She wants peace. But you know, she's willing to so she's willing to stand her ground to her own father to get that peace because her father kind of sucks. I mean, both her parents kind of suck. I don't know. Her mom just kind of yeah. Is it right? As you're gonna play in like 1 minute, so I will come back to this, but just like letting you know that ads are about to play, in like a minute, not right away, but like in a minute. Yeah. Again, I will get that ad bot soon. I will get the thing that goes in chat. I will soon. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's like definitely, you know, yeah, like on the scale of like Ember to Melody, it's like she's kind of the in between of those two, you know. Not that Melody doesn't stand her ground. Melody stands her ground plenty, but it's, you know, uh, she less has to do so with her own partner. You know. Okay, yeah, it's been going. Yeah. Yeah, I will resume when people are out of ads. I totally forget how to spell this word. It's an A. It's an A. ad break should be over. Hopefully everyone is out. I will give it at least a couple more seconds in case some people maybe got longer ads than others. It should be all about the same length, but I don't know. Yeah. Let me know when y'all are back if y'all are back. Yeah. Oh, hi creative one. Hi, welcome in. Come in. Yeah. Just doing some more writing. Well, we kind of took a break from the writing for me to kind of talk about a character that we have not met yet, but we will soon. Flame, who is very interesting and very much has like a lot going on that I could talk a lot about. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you've been having a good day. You're having a good day. Yeah. Did you actually have another topic you wanted me to go in on, or was this kind of a retroactive redeem based on me going on a ramble about Flame? I don't quite know what Arrival of the New means. You're going to have to explain that deeper. Yeah, okay, definitely retro. Yeah, but yeah, yeah. But yeah, definitely, I don't know. I mean, I'll probably reiterate all this stuff when I actually get to Flame's story, like Flame and Lily's story. Well, kind of. Technically, their story is a bit more in Lily's POV. Oh, you mean like the sound of like the redeem? I know. I'm trying to tell what you mean. It's almost midnight. My brain is a little bit mush. But I mean, yeah. I mean, granted, most of their story takes place in like Lily's POV, so we don't quite see a lot of Flame. I mean, we do, and I will definitely be like going on to those things. And it's like, if so, might make a separate document just kind of be like, hey, here's like kind of all about like Flame's like mental state. Because my boy is like I think the part that I left off of like when ads started. Well, actually, no, we were talking about Lily. Yeah, but yeah, no, yeah. He intensely chose to go to the Team of Dragons Bone and Bow because his will to live was not there. Was just not there. So it's like, yeah, so he literally didn't care if, like, you know, these dragon hunters found him and realized that he was a cursed blood. He really didn't care, which, I mean... So yeah, thankfully Lily helps him, like, actually, like, have a sense of, like, will to live again. You know? Yeah, I mean, she doesn't, you know, I will say this again and again. She did not fix him. She was there and supported him while he fixed himself. I will say this multiple times. You cannot fix somebody. You know what? Sometimes it does feel like that. But yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, I will reiterate this with like most of my stories where it's like, you cannot fix somebody, you can be there to support somebody, but you cannot fix them. They have to fix themselves. I will reiterate that in like most of my stories because like, I don't know, I've seen too many bad romances where it's like kind of like puts all the pressure on the main character to fix their love interest. It's like, that's not how healthy dynamics work. It's really not how healthy dynamics work. You know? So yeah. So she's kind of just there to support him while he's learning to make himself better. Yeah. So like, it's more like she's there to support him, but also like call him out on his nonsense occasionally. We're kind of just being like, hey, like, you know, like, 'cause, yeah, she's willing to call him out when he's like, hey, I don't think you're being fair right now. Because he's got a lot of conflicting feelings about his aunt, about kind of Blaze, about kind of all those things. Because it really is that his aunt was kind of ditching her queenly duties to go and, essentially hook up with Blaze's dad and have Blaze. It's, So he's got reasons to be upset and kind of to have conflicting feelings about her. But kind of he has a tendency to take them kind of far. Because he's not entirely wrong that, yes, Wildfire was kind of, ignoring her duties as queen. Up until, the last moments when, things were actually kind of, push was coming to shove. Push was coming to shove, shit was hitting the fan. It's is when she stepped up. So it's he's not entirely wrong. It's just, there's a lot more nuance behind it than just that she didn't care. It's not that Wildfire didn't care, it was just, yeah. She had her own, mental state. Sorry, there's a bug in my room, I'm trying to get it. Where do I have that napkin? Or something to squish this. If I can find where it went. It shows up again. Yeah. I don't know. Trying to think if I've ever written any characters like that who are just I think. I mean, I guess you could say Lily's dad is like that, where it's he doesn't see anything wrong with what he's doing, even though what he does is actively hurting other people. I could also see. Maybe. No, because Robin gets a kind of redemption arc. He's not completely hopeless. No, but he definitely, Robin also, who is not in the story, he's a Monster Heart character, one of the Monster Heart villains actually. He for the longest time basically kind of blames other people for his misfortunes and kind of has a hard time accepting hey, dude, you kind of have to put in your own work to fix your life. You can't just blame other people that which it sounds bad, but in the context of Robin and the person he's beefing with are both 14. It's this isn't middle-aged man who is with a terrible life. No, this is just a 14-year-old who's kind of low-key pissed that he's not that popular. It's kind of dude, you have to work on yourself to get a social life. A social life will not fall into your lap. You've got to work for it, buddy. So yeah. So it takes him a bit to get to that point, but he gets there eventually. Yeah. But yeah, what I was saying, it's Flame is interesting, and I would very much, when we get to his story, we will talk about it, but yeah, about kind of all that encompasses and that deals with. Because Flame is a very interesting character, I think, because, I don't know, Flame is the first, when I think about the different monster characters I have, Flame is definitely on the far side of, if you have, a spectrum of, pretty chill with their monster side and, kind of have conflicting feelings about it, Flame's more on the far end of kind of, that conflicting feelings. Kind of right where, kind of with Wolf, too. And then you have, kind of have everyone else kind of near the side. I'd place Blaze and Luke about in the middle, and then the other ones that I have not introduced yet are kind of to the far side, because they don't actually have any kind of emotional conflicts about it, because they're actually very well liked by their community, and their personal conflicts have nothing to do with the fact that they have shape-shifting abilities. It all has to do with other things. Looking at Ray and his, side-eyeing Ray and his perfectionism issues, It's a funny thing. I feel like you guys are going to meet AU Ray before I ever actually talk about canon Ray, because AU Ray is another fairy tale retelling I'm working on, where it's a Frog Prince retelling, but what if they were both gay? well, pansexual, they're pan for pan, because Ray and Wyatt in canon are pan for pan. But yeah, it's basically just what if I took this couple from another thing I'm working on and just put them in a fairy tale? it really is just like, yeah, yeah. So anyway, yeah, you might meet that version of Rey before you ever meet the actual like main canon Rey that spawned that version. You know, I mean both versions are fun. I like both versions. You know, they're both interesting characters. You know, I think they're both cool. You know, and if you like characters with perfectionism issues, who put the weight of you know, it's like here he is. Or if you have perfectionist issues and you want to project on somebody, yeah. Oh, Rey, the sweet sweet kid you are. You're trying your best. Graveline, can you explain that again? I can't quite comprehend. Like I said, brain is kind of mush. We are nearing midnight, so uh, oh. I mean, I've definitely thought about how I can make those two kind of work together, similarly to how the fairy tale AU works for Monster Heart. Ray and Wyatt are also both well, Wyatt's an actor. Well, like kind of like teen. It's kind of like the kind of like 2000s kind of rom-com thing of like, oh yeah, teen heartthrob who wants to just live a normal teenage life, who meets kind of a yeah, who meets just kind of. I mean, technically, yeah, both versions of this exist, where it's kind of just like, um, in the, because I like to deal with a lot of multiverses, because my characters interact based on cross dimensions. There is a dimension where that is that is the main version. It just the version that we follow in the connecting Magic Card stories is that version wide, but that other version of Wyatt does technically exist. Well, that version of Wyatt and Ray do exist, just in another reality. Not the one that's connected to the Magic Cards Guild. But it's still technically an existing reality that does exist at the same time. So technically they could meet each other. And I think Ray would have a bit of a freak out realizing that there is a canon where he is royalty. Yeah. And also would very much want to steal that outfit. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. I can only think about, my brain only knows Lysander, so that's the only one I can really clock. I do not know the other one, but I do agree with the sentiment. I only get one of the examples, but I agree with the sentiment. So it's kind of just, yeah. Yeah, Lysander definitely had one way he wanted things done. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I'm trying to think if Ray's perfectionism would ever make him a villain, and I could see it. A lot of his perfectionism is more on himself than other people. He will never correct other people, and very much is like I mean, if you saw his twin brother, which Shadow, which yes, that is his full legal name. That's another bit in their story where it's kind of people don't believe Shadow when he's tells him that's his first name, and the answer, and it's yes, that is his full legal government name, is Shadow Fathom. Where it's like people don't believe him. People literally think he makes it up. Which, not realizing that it's Ray who isn't going by his actual full name. Ray is a nickname. Yeah. Also, when he was harassing Diantha in that one cafe, I was like, let me at him. Time to, throw up my dukes. Time to kick, kind of kick ass, take names. It's like, you do not talk to a woman that way, motherfucker. It's like, yeah, it's like, mm, that's a cute name. What was it for? Was it like for a game or like a character? Because it is a very cute name. I like it. Has a nice ring to it. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you do ever use it for anything, I think it will be a very lovely name. I don't know. I think it's cute. It's very. I could see it like maybe like a fun sidekick, or I could, or like or maybe a main character of like maybe like a fun like quirky adventure story, set in like a maybe like a low fantasy environment, like a really quirky, you know, like you know, maybe like a gnome or something. Oh, okay, never mind. Ooh, a detective story would also be good. We love a little detective with a funny name. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It depends on the context you put it in. Sure. Because there's definitely a when we get to Dragon's Fire, we like definitely see a shift between like the kingdom we were just in, which was like his home kingdom, or what was essentially treated like his home kingdom, and this because well the Dragon's Fire that is under Snowstorm's rule, you know, it quite literally is like somebody snuffed out the fire. That's like it's not joyful, it's not warm, communal. It's like it's tense. People are just trying to get through their day, avoid eye contact, trying to just get through without any like anyone like getting angry or suspicious of them, you know, or it's like quite literally it's a cold, dead place because of what Snowstorm, you know. Yeah. You see there, you see, yeah, which I feel like the name implies it, and the fact that he's a curse blood implies it. Actually, have I said that Snowstorm's also a curse blood? Like he's an ice dragon curse blood. Which again, I have not come up with a name for him. Again, I understand the irony of having the side characters dragon species figured out and not having the one for one of your main protagonists and your main antagonist. But yeah, no. Snowstorm is an ice dragon curse blood. So it wasn't just the people of dragons, the royal family of Dragonsfire that got cursed. It was multiple different kingdoms. So he is also a cursed blood. I'm still figuring out like how many kingdoms I want there to be, how many other kingdoms, like because that would probably play in the more episodic nature, like when the actual big plot points stop, and kind of like like Blaze and Ember going to different kingdoms, making treaties, like essentially figuring out the problem of the episode, which which I mean not every episode would be a different kingdom, but you know what I mean. It would be like sometimes special ones. It's kind of like let's do some diplomacy, and it's kind of like figure out the issue of the episode, kind of just like so to speak. I'm doing air quotes, but you guys can't see. Uh, that's an interesting name too. Also with a very nice ring to it. So, like Julipy? I'm assuming because actually, I don't really know how to pronounce that word. I'm assuming it's Oh wait, no, Jalopy? Because I don't know. I forget if that's Col. I think that's Calliope, or maybe I'm insane. I do not know. I've never known how to pronounce that word. Yeah, that sounds like a fun story axiom. You know. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, no, it's yeah. You can't see me doing it, but yeah, we're just kind of just like the problem of the episode, where it's like where it's like kind of like making peace, and because I do want to I like the idea of like there being other dragon kingdoms, like because each of these kingdoms, so Blaze's home kingdom like has like all of them kind of like different dragons, like part of a fusion of elements, and then each specific kingdom that is like a curse blood kingdom is tied to a specific dragon type, kind of like an element. Oh, yeah. Calliope and Juliope. Okay, so I kind of got it. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, Dragonspire is, of course, mostly populated by fire dragons, has a very warm climate, and then you have the kingdom of, Frozen Breath, which is very, mostly ice dragons, very cold climate, and then, I don't know, because I could imagine, well, technically, Dragonspire is also a tropical climate, or, if I was gonna put it in real world context, it's most likely it would be kind of like South America, kind of South America, Caribbean kind of esque, Aaron? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, they live in more kind of tropically, climates. Probably. And I think, I kind of like the idea of there being more than one water dragon kingdom, because based on different types of water, because freshwater versus saltwater, or maybe you just have one. Ooh, that could be a cool a plot where it's the water dragon kingdom is kind of split down the middle between the maybe there was maybe there was a falling out, because I mentioned it earlier how there can be two different cursed bloods existing in the same bloodline, or more than two. Yeah, where it's I mean, because I don't have a ref sheet for Blaze, but it's kind of just he definitely I would say if I had to give him an Earth national, I'd probably say somewhere in South America, or kind of yeah, where it's that would be cool. Where it's yeah, so they definitely the ice dragons definitely do have more of well, it's quite literally is they have Frozen Breath, where it's kind of just the name of the kingdom right there. So yeah, I could see that as being the kingdom's divided, and you have one who's maybe it's that they've just been really lucky with having well, maybe unlucky because it's technically a curse, of just having that secondary dragon, because I said, there is the main one, which is the firstborn of a firstborn dragon, and then you have sometimes a secondary dragon, which is why Flame is a cursed blood, not even though he's not a direct descendant of Wildfire, and also and also why he's the secondary dragon, not the main dragon, because again, not a direct descendant of Wildfire. Even though he was born before Blaze, that does not mean he was in line to be the firstborn of the firstborn. So anyway, yeah, I could see where it's they just got really consistent with it. So now there's a conflict between the freshwater dragons and the sea dragons of who is the rightful ruler, who is the original curse blood. Because I think it's gotten so through the generations that people can't remember who the original royal bloodline was, or well, who was the firstborn of the firstborn, essentially. Where it's like, so it's like a succession crisis maybe they had like generations back, and now they kind of don't know who is supposed, like, you know, like you have one side who thinks they're the rightful rulers, and the other side thinks that they're the rightful rulers, you know. So they kind of like have their kingdom like basically like torn in half, you know, because like, you don't get what I'm trying to say. You know that kind of plot. I feel like a lot of shows do that plot. Yeah, I definitely do think they'd be a tropical climate dragon as well, water dragons. Yeah. I would say that probably I would think that would be the other way around, of like fire dragons being the weak ones to water dragons. Because fire dragons can only heat up so much, you know. Or I could see it as a mutual, like, reciprocal relationship of kind of not vibing with each other, which would make it very interesting for it to be the Kingdom of Dragon's Fire that intervenes in this kind of conflict that they're having. And I just kind of came up with that off the top of the dome. I hadn't really known what I was going to do for the water dragons, if I did them at all. That was kind of all off the top of my dome, of that idea of like having it be like a river dragon versus like river water dragons versus freshwater water dragons versus saltwater water dragons. That was all off the top of my dome, which like that would be very interesting for it to be the fire dragons that have to be the one to step in and be like, hey, chill your jets, cool the fuck down. I could see that too, of like somebody like from like one of Blaze's advisors being like, hey, you sure you want to go and make a treaty with them? And like maybe it is like Blaze initially thinks that, oh, it's because they're water dragons and they've, you know, the dragons themselves have never really gotten along well, and then it literally is like, no, it's because everyone there's fucking crazy and it's like having their own like you know, civil war over there. Like I like that idea where it's like initially it starts off thinking that it's because of the fact that like water dragons and fire dragons don't technically get along that well, and then it's literally like the advisor's like, no, because last time we checked they were kind of in the middle of like a succession crisis, civil war kind of thing, so unless they figure that out, maybe not the best place to start with diplomacy. You know, I could think that, yeah, that would definitely be a thing. But of course, you know, Blaze would want to help, and you would definitely probably have people who would be like, why are we letting the fire dragon help? You know, I feel like he's just gonna make things worse. You know? Which I mean definitely ties into Blaze's ideas of kind of just like family and kind of just being like, oh, I could so see Blaze pulling the at least you've got family card of just kind of just like to make like I could see Flame hitting that guilt trip, Flame hitting that guilt trip of just kind of like, well, at least you've got a family, where it's kind of just like, you know, because I imagine it probably is like, you know, feuding families where it's like, you know, it's, you know, they're technically related, like it's a family, like, you know, it's a family conflict, you know, that Blaze is kind of just inserting himself into, much to the chagrin of Ember, who probably agreed with the advisor that they probably should not be here. They should not be. This is not diplomacy that they were trying to do. They should probably leave. This is not their business. You know. Because I would say that maybe things would be tense, but like not in the sense of like the way things were with like Dragonfire, where it's a full hostile takeover. I think Ember could probably would look and be like, okay, this isn't like the Frozen Press situation. I think we can leave. I don't think we need to get involved in this. Because, you know, mostly because I think if someone does try to pull that card with Ember, just being like, about like her being a fire magic user, I think she would straight up slap at it. Or man. You know, it's like, yeah. No, I could absolutely see Blaze pulling that card because, I mean, technically, yeah, he doesn't have a royal family to connect to besides Flame, which depending on where this was in the timeline, he might not even know Flame exists. So I could definitely see him pulling that guilt trip card and just like, hey, at least you have family, where it's kind of just like, you know, because everyone just stops in the moment when it's like someone brings up the dead family trauma, you know, that'll shut him up, you know. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely like the idea of like of it being teased and then not brought because of course it's like before they can do any of the diplomacy they have to like kind of fix their own kingdom and kind of do all that because I also kind of like toying with the idea of like the idea that like the kingdoms were kind of like had a lot of like isolationist policies, you know like think back to like if to those of you who took U.S. history, kind of like a lot of Japan's policies for like a lot of its life, but as a country, where it's like not until like recently, where it's kind of like now it's like could people probably couldn't imagine Japan as like an isolationist country, but yeah, for like a while it was. But anyway, I also like toying with the idea that maybe like each of the different dragon kingdoms had been like isolated nations, kind of like like they didn't trade, they didn't like communicate, they didn't like diplomacy or anything. They kind of just because they're kind of they kind of like kept to themselves. Because I'm still kind of mental mapping however all of that looks. And then maybe it was that Blaze's mom, Wildfire, was the one who like wanted to start diplomacy and reached out to Frozen Breath like when well actually Wildfire was pretty young into her. I mean, I could imagine it would be like maybe Blaze's grandfather or the rulers before Wildfire. I could also see maybe Wildfire like starting it when they were young. Well, I could see where it's like Blaze's ancestors, the ones who were like wanted to start diplomacy, where it's like his grandfather. So, well, no, they're not really city states. I would say it's like they're kind of like Dragonspire is an island, essentially, or at least currently in my mind, that's what it is. So it quite literally is separated from places. But yeah, I could imagine that's one of the working theories. I'm still workshopping that of kind of just like how I want to treat the other kingdoms because I don't want it to just be like just Frozen Breath, Dragonsfire, Blaze's Home Kingdom, and Blood and Bone. Because I want to introduce more, where it's kind of just like yeah. So anyway, yeah, what was this? Yeah, but like the idea that maybe they started diplomacy and like Wildfire definitely like being like kind of like like kind of like a child diplomat kind of, and kind of yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see like it being kind of coastal because beach is like definitely a big thing in like these kingdoms, like beachy areas, you know. Yeah, because like I imagine that Wildfire knew Snowflake and Snowstorm like for a while, like maybe they knew each other as kids, and maybe that's kind of when the beef started, or the one-sided beef. Because I think Wildfire didn't even really realize that Snowstorm had beef with her. You know. Yeah. I don't know. I like the idea of them kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like thinking of like Hawaii, and it's kind of like it's kind of like like kind of its volcanoes and kind of its warmer climate. I like kind of like the idea of maybe like Dragonspire kind of being like Hawaii, but like just the Big Island. Which I forget what it's called. I know it has a name. I don't think Honolulu is the Big Island. Oh, yeah, creative one. If you're still here, I forget if you were here when I showed it off, but do you want to see my new logo? I got a logo. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. 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 I think I've been to Hawaii before. It's okay. You do want to see it. Well, first I'll read your first. Shoot, I'm just gonna open OBS. I'm trying to read it on my phone screen. Uh, uh, oh, like, are you asking of like their climate is good for growth? Or are you asking about plant dragons, or just kind of the natural life on Dragonfire? Because the answer is like it depends on the region. There are areas where it is like very lush, and then there are others where it's like kind of everything's kind of crispy. Not gonna. Yeah. It depends on the region. More near the beach, it's a lot more lush. Because closer to water, all that stuff. And then if you kind of get, because I do think there probably is like some kind of small volcanoes on the island, but like not big enough that it would be like a threat to the actual kingdom. But yeah, but nearer to those, it's a little bit crispy, a little crispy like bacon. But anyway, yeah, you wanted to see logo? Hey, well, it's the same logo, but this one has a white border. But yeah, we got a new logo. Yeah, of course, the channel name, Little Lightning Bugs, and the rose, which the rose is actually for My Story Monster Heart, which it doesn't have anything to do with the Lightning Bug Girl branding. The rose is there because Monster Heart is the project that, like, I don't think you've been here for any Monster Heart stuff I've worked on. Monster Heart has been the project that got people interested in my work, and it's kind of the reason yeah, kind of. I do see. I know. I do get that. So it's like I felt like they somehow Monster Heart needed to be put in this logo, something about it. And roses are a very important flower in Monster Heart. It's Luke's favorite flower, and it's also has a metaphorical and thematic purpose in the AU of being like a representation of how Luke and Melody's relationship progresses through flower colors of language, and kind of just like, where it's like the colors of the flowers kind of transitioning and meeting based on like how their relationship is progressing, all the way up into a big beautiful red rose, where it's kind of just like, which also I must specify, the flowers in the fairy tale are not magic, they're just normal ass flowers. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so I felt like a rose needed to be included, and also roses are actually my favorite flower. My favorite flower are roses. So a rose felt fitting. But yeah, this was made by by wonderful mod and wonderful streamer, Pokemon Blossom Pink, which I've already shouted her out like 3 times today, but I'm doing it again because you cannot stop me, or she cannot stop me. But, yeah, roses. I'm pretty sure roses are flowers. I would be surprised if they were not. Yeah, Pink's the one who designed all these. Oh, well, it's one design, and then hmm, uh, I mean, let's just say I have thought about an art piece that kind of uses a flower, like uses roses like that. Um, like, I have thought about it, of just like using flower like kind of over the chest. I don't know, kind of like a more kind of, you know moody avant-garde like Luke Melody piece, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Pink is the one who made the logos. I absolutely love them. They are amazing. I would recommend that you go follow Pink and her stuff. Amazing streamer, amazing mod for the channel, amazing artist. Again, like, absolutely wonderful. Oh yeah, yay, done. Yeah, yay, you're done with work. Yeah. But yeah. Pink is wonderful. She also has her commission jumper. So hey, if anyone who's lurking and watching and wants to get a logo themselves, let me not out there. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of Dragonfire being kind of a tropical region. It's like Hawaii, where it's kind of just like, I know. Thank you for that link. Oh. Yeah, I think it adds to the piece, and also it's like technically it is factually correct because, fun fact, lightning bugs are pollinators. They do what bees do. Ooh, that is cool. Oh yeah, if you gotta focus on driving, yeah, yeah. Also, yeah. Uh, oh wait, I can't tell if you're saying that you're getting in your like you're going and driving home, or if you're just like focusing on like getting home. But I mean, if you are like having to go drive, like completely understand if you gotta lurk. Yeah, definitely that is interesting, and like I said, I still, I mean, granted, there are other, I don't know, I do like mentally in my mind, it's like, Blaze's dragon is like kind of like your traditional kind of Western, fire dragon, just because I think that's kind of funny to kind of have your main character be kind of a little bit basically that. But definitely like for another dragon that exists on Dragon's Fire, I could definitely see a Maoi. I'm assuming that's probably how it's pronounced. I don't know. Where it's like having one of those be one of the dragons that lives there. You know, and maybe one of them that's maybe. Well, I could see maybe like a side character having one as like because you have different like characters who like side characters, and I'm still kind of workshopping. I don't know, like uh, you know, like I don't know. I kind of have this idea for a plot point where it's like Ember helps train another like female knight. Not that like knighthood has ever been, you know, based on one gender, like in because Dragon's Fire said screw that idea, anyone could be a knight. So yeah, but I imagine like it would be cool if like she had one of those dragons as like her partner dragon. Yeah, but yeah, essentially it's like Ember teaching another girl how to fight and how to be who wants to be a knight, similar to how Ember wants to be, or eventually Ember does become. She literally becomes captain of the Royal Guard, which is very much above and beyond what she wanted. Where it's like, which I mean, she's happy with her position. But anyway, it's like I imagine like, maybe like a seamstress who like wants to be a knight, but kind of thinks that maybe it's like she doesn't have the skill for it, and then Ember kind of just helping her train. And I can imagine like to tie in with the ass kicking lady story, like Miss. I can imagine like her partner being that kind of dragon, especially her being like native to Dragon's Fire, but like it being. Oh, hi, welcome in. Sarian. Yeah. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Sidoan. Yeah, but hi, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Oh, Sid. Okay, right. Yeah. Well, let me get you a shout out. Sorry if it takes me a sec. I'm flying solo for this stream. So yeah. Hi. Welcome in. My name is Belle. I am a lightning bug themed magical girl PNG tuber. Right now we are working on the kind of like plot synopsis for a project I'm working on called The Dragon King and the Fire Maiden. And well, we kind of got distracted to kind of talk about the geography of the setting, and kind of how that is, because kind of talking about how a lot of the inspiration for what the Kingdom of Dragonsfire looks like, and also like the dragons that live there. A new inspiration, thanks to Axiom in chat, is possibly having a dragon that lives there being based on a mythical fire dragon from Hawaiian mythology, because the Kingdom of Dragonsfire is based on is kind of based on the islands of Hawaii, of kind of just like kind of in their kind of like tropical regions, you know. But yeah, hope you all are doing well. I'm assuming you guys were also doing some writing or maybe some reading, based on the your very cute raid message. I thought it was very sweet. Yeah, I don't know. I used to work in a library for a bit. Yeah, I've never heard of that story. Yeah, it sounds interesting. But I've never heard of that. No, not ringing any bells. No, pun not intended. Yeah, 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 yeah. I've never heard of it. But granted, I need to expand my movie watching, palette. Oh, yeah. I think most of the Ooh. Yeah, I think I don't read a lot of sci-fi. I tend to lean more fantasy, if you couldn't tell. I think the only book that I've ever read that took place on Mars was like literally when I read Martian Chronicles for school once, well, back when I was in high school. Yeah, that was an interesting book. I didn't mind it. I thought actually it was pretty good. You know, I don't know. I mean, I was one of those. I don't know. Well, actually, you might not think it's weird, but I was one of those kids who like usually liked the books that were assigned for English classes. I liked a lot of classics. I thought they were pretty good. You know, yeah. Even the ones that were like everyone else was kind of like not digging them, I would be like the one to be like, actually, this is cool. I vibe with this. You know, yeah. I was the only one in my small private high school, in English class, who thought that it was like, yeah, who thought, hey, it's kind of not okay. Like, I kind of feel bad for the monster in Frankenstein. I was the only one. Everyone else was pretty okay with the guy wanting to die. But it's like, oh no. Yeah. Let me Axiom's comment. Yeah. Well, no, I get what you're saying, but it's like, I do like what you brought up. It's like, I didn't know that creature existed, so it's like, it's definitely something I would be interested in making of making one of like the dragons that lives on Dragonsfire, because technically Blaze's form is also native to Dragonsfire, but it's like, technically it could also be found in his home kingdom, so it's like, I like a dragon species that would be like specifically exclusive to Dragonsfire, and that being that one that's actually like has its roots in I mean, it would have a different name, obviously. It's like, I'm not gonna fully, take the myth, or it's like, but like using it as inspiration, But yeah. Thank you for sharing that, Axiom. Very, very happy that you showed that to me. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no. But yeah, I was the only person in my high school who thought that sentiment. Everyone else was like, nope, yeah, that monster deserves to die. Where it's like, look, I don't agree with the murder. The murder was wrong. Or multiple murders. To those who know how the book goes, I'm not defending the murders, but I will say they probably would have happened if Victor was a little bit more responsible. Funny enough, for a different project that I work on called Monster Heart, which if you actually want to read stuff that I've written, you're mostly going to find Monster Heart stuff. Dragon King of Fire Maiden is a newer project. Well, it's not a newer project. I've been working on this since I was in high school. It's just the first time I've ever really, actually shared it publicly with people. But yeah, if you ever want to read something I've actually written, that would be Monster Hearts. That would be Monster Heart, which, funny enough, the main character's family in Monster Heart are based off of their names specifically are based off of characters in Frankenstein, because he's a shapeshifter, like a monster is like shapeshifter. So, So yeah, like so his dad's name is Victor and his mom's Eliza because kind of a shortened version of Elizabeth. So and then after that it kind of uh, is kind of like random characters. Like his uncle's name is Justin, based on like Justine from the book, who I know isn't technically related to Victor, but I like the name better than most of Victor's brothers. So I thought Justin was a very cute name. Well, the masculine version of Justine, you know. But yeah, but yeah, but yeah, but yeah. Okay. Actually, I didn't. I am. Let's just say I yeah. Sorry, give me a sec. Uh, oh, thank you for the follow, Milana. I'm assuming that's a good name. Sorry, I just had to skip through the plays because I thought that song was a little bit too loud. I don't know. Yeah, definitely agree, Axiom. I agree with the sentiment. Yeah. So yeah, thank you for the follow. Hey, look at that. We are one away from 100 followers. That that's crazy. That's holy shit. That is crazy. That is really crazy. Yeah. Also, oh shoot, I did not finish my race video. If any of you need to raid and run, like, yeah. I mean, it says so on my end. It might be. And thank you for the follow. Uh, and yeah, we just hit 100 followers. Yay! I need to start planning something, because I wanted to plan something. So it's like, yeah. Thank you guys. We hit it. Yeah. Oh, and yeah. I don't know, trust me, and that's hoping that nobody unfollows at any point, because yeah. Thank you all, thank you. But anyway, yeah. To finish my streak, if any of you need to like raid and run at any point, completely understand. For us East Coasters, it is literally the middle of the night. It is after midnight. So if any of you need to raid and run, completely understand. Well, thank you, Axiom. Yeah, I need to plan something now. I probably need to reach out to people, kind of see what people want to do. I don't know. I mean, there's been a couple of things that have been like on my mind of like kind of like things to celebrate. I want to do one successful time of posting Gartic Phone. I tried to do it for my birthday stream last month. Did not work out because I did not plan in advance enough. Yeah, of course. Take care of yourself. Streaming takes a lot out of you. Yeah, go get your rest. Go get your rest, bud. And thank you so much for the follow and for the raid. Shoot. Yeah, or it's like just very much thank you. Yeah, but yeah, if you gotta raid and run, gotta rest up. Yeah, trust me, I know the feeling of sleep debt. Oh, do I know it well? Yeah, but yeah. If y'all gotta raid and run, completely understand. I will probably be wrapping soon anyway. Probably in the next. Yeah, I will go. I will go to the end of the hour. I have to wrap by 1:30 specifically. That was a promise I made. So it's like, so it's like so I have to wrap by that point. So I will most likely wrap at the end of the hour. So about 20 minutes, Yeah, I mean, we've been going for a bit. We've been going for about 4 hours. I don't know. Sometimes I get writing streams kind of depend on like like how carried away I get of like with it, um, you know. But hey, we've reached a point that I mentioned in the title, so I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that I actually was productive enough to actually get to the point of the story that I literally referenced in the title. We actually got, yeah, yeah, of course, Axiom. Yeah, go get your rest and good luck with the porch. Yeah, that is a same sentence, but yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Bad. Yeah. Good night. Oh, and thank you for the raid. I forgot that you raided in. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot about that. Yeah, but yeah, thank you also for the raid as well. It's like, yeah, but yeah, go get your rest. Good luck with the porch tomorrow. Hopefully that is, hopefully the weather's good, not too hot, doesn't rain on you. Yeah, and also yeah. but thank you for hanging out. Thank you for, chatting. You're always lovely to have in chat when it comes to writing streams. Yeah. So yeah, for any raiders who are still here who, again, want to kind of understand kind of want me to hear me talk about the plot of Dragon King and Fire Maiden, essentially, and there are ads happening in a minute. Um, no, screw it. I'm gonna snooze the ads, so I can talk. Yeah, for any raiders who are still here who kind of want to understand the plot of Dragon King and Fire Maiden, essentially, Fire Fairy from an interdimensional heroes guild comes to a dimension to try to recruit a new hero for the guild, and maybe her replacement because she's kind of like conflicted about her feelings about being a part of the guild. She's not exactly a team player. So, anyway, so she's conflicted about that. Goes, so yeah, so then she meets, so that the Fire Fairy's Ember. She meets Blaze, they kind of bond and kind of stuff. He teaches her about dragon riding and dragon taming because he's like the most brilliant tamer like in his village. Like everybody, basically, well, he's humble about it. He doesn't say that about himself. Everyone says that about him. It's quite literally where he got his Dragon King nickname. Which was before he found out he literally was heir, about to, heir to the throne of another kingdom. He was being referred to as Dragon King literally because he's just a really good dragon tamer. So anyway, so yeah, so they meet, they do some shenanigans, and then one day, when they were trying to save some kids, during, like, who were being attacked by some, territorial dragons, Blaze, like, due to an overwhelming desire to, like, protect the people he cares about, ends up awakening his innate magical powers, because for most of his life he thought he was just a normal human, and turning into a dragon, which kind of goes badly, because after the incident is dealt with, he kind of freaks out, because no duh, you would freak out if you spent like 15 years of your life thinking you were just a normal average human, and then suddenly you just turned into a giant fire dragon and it just kicks some ass. Yeah, you would freak out. So he freaks out, loses control a little bit, not his fault, he was being taken over by dark magic. And then finds out that the reason he has his powers is because his mom, that he never met, was the queen of a kingdom, and that royal bloodline has a blood curse, which allows them to transform into dragons, but, they also have the possibility of losing control if, like, their emotions get too high. So, So now we're at the point where it's like Blaze is kind of conflicted about his feelings, because it's like, he feels like he's responsible, like he has to go and, do his duty as, like, king and kind of, help people, kind of all that jazz, where it's like, or not king as prince, he's not king yet, but you know what I mean, where it's like, where he feels responsible, like he has to help these people. So we're kind of at that point in the story where it's like, they're literally like doing a cursory look. He's not trying to take back the throne, he just wants to see, like, what can I, as just Blaze, as just myself, do for these people, And then, of course, later on is when, people, when he kind of decides, like, okay, no, I'm going to fight for the throne back. Not his, like, he doesn't refer to it as him, he just more means, like, getting General Snowstorm out of that seat, just, not even him being king, because he's got conflicted feelings about that. A lot of conflicted feelings here. Yeah, trust me. If you had been around for when we were talking about Flame, oof. Lot of feelings there, lot of conflict there, which he is not a part of the story yet. Y'all will meet him later. He's kind of one of my favorite characters of Dragon's Fire. I don't know. I'm a little favorite male character probably, because I think favorite character overall is maybe like a tie between Ember and Lily. Leaning Lily, yeah, but yeah. So yeah. 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 The classic, the inn is where all the best gossip is. You know, it's where D&D campaigns start and where bar fights begin. And I cannot spell gossip. And I forgot a word. Where gossip is, we love going to the inn to spill some tea. That's kind of what they're hoping for. It's like, all right, hopefully someone in the inn is willing to spill some tea, willing to spill all the secrets. You know. Oh, ad break in 30 seconds, y'all. For those who are still here, ad break in about 30 seconds. It's about, I think, a minute and a half of ads, and then y'all will be back. Okay. I think everyone's in ads now, so let's, for any of the VOD watchers watching, to those who, want to see the full, I'm thinking of putting, making a playlist on my VOD channel, which I've not made publicly, public yet, of like all of the work that we did to, on this lore doc, like making it into like a playlist, because I have been saving all of my VODs on YouTube, more for personal right now, but like, I'm considering making them more public. Maybe not my early streams, because those were rough, but yeah, if you're a VOD watcher and you've been enjoying watching these streams after the fact, hey, I might be making a playlist of them on YouTube, so you can kind of just binge them. Just kind of put them on in the background while you do your stuffs, Yeah. Okay, ad break should be over. And again, just reminding everyone, I will be cutting in about 10 minutes. Just cutting at 1. So, see ya. See ya. Me. And I've kind of got an idea of who to raid. I'm pretty sure I know who we're doing. And jump, we got other things. I like that analogy better. Also, for anyone who's new and who was wondering why my model was like low-key kind of freaking out when I was typing, it is just my mic is way too reactive. You know, it basically takes my typing as like talking and makes the model go. Like, yeah, you see that? Yeah, and as much as I'd like to. And I think, oh shoot, I think we will wrap it there. Yeah. Yeah. Again, thank you to everyone who showed up today. Um, thank you to Axiom and Sid for the raids. Very sweet of you. Very sweet of you for trusting me with your communities. You know. And thank you for all the new follows. Thank you, Enigma, Valana, and Sid for all the new follows and getting me to 100 follows. I am still a little in shock. Because, you know, it's one of those things where it's kind of just like, well, boy, you don't expect it, you know, and especially someone like me who's kind of small, you know. I mean, granted, I got here, you know, through people helping me, and it's like I will always be grateful for everyone who has been there to help and support me, you know, through this journey, you know. And and one big thank you to Pink for the logo. For the new logo. I absolutely love it. I think it's adorable. You know. So actually, we'll keep those up on screen if I ever want to show it off. But yeah, still there. Yeah, but yeah. So anyway, we are going to raid out, and to anyone who is still in chat who would like to, you know, make their opinion known about where we raid out to, we got a couple different options tonight. We've got, let me look up what that is. Yeah, okay. So we got one option is a multiplayer game. The next is, if he is still live playing it. I do not know. How was that? I'll just double check. Let me just double check that. Cybers. No, I think Cyber already went offline. So, never mind. It's not a, wait, no, yeah, no, never mind. Cyber already went offline, I'm pretty sure. So, never mind. I would have liked to raid into him, cause he's just getting back into streaming, so it's like, I don't know, support him. Yeah, so he already went offline, so you know what? So I think that that makes our choice pretty clear. So we will be raiding into Kitzel VT. Kitty, very nice, very dear friend. You know, it's like, well, very, you know, I don't know, she's been a very, you know, kind mutual. Anyway, yeah. So we are going to be raiding into her. She is playing a co-op, like simulator game with her friends. Or a friend. I don't know if there's more than one. There's certainly only one in the stream together, so yeah. So yeah, we're going to raid out into her. Yeah, again, thank you everybody for, you know, the raids, the follows, all that jazz, for just chatting and talking. It's been all that wonderful. I'm not sure when I will be live again. I will figure that out soon, and when I do, I will post it on Blue Sky. Yeah, but anyway, yeah. Thank y'all for hanging out, showing up. Yeah, and we will be raiding, yeah. BT. No raid message, just be nice when we raid into Kitty, just be nice, be respectful, all that jazz. And yeah, again, thank y'all just for being here, you know? Again, I am still so insane that I got to 100 followers. It's, you know, I would not have believed you that I would get there so soon, you know, if you told me when I started. But yeah, just thanks y'all. It means a lot. Yeah, we are gonna hit the I don't know. But yeah, I'm bad at ending streams, if you couldn't tell. Yeah, but yeah, we are gonna raid into Kitty. So yeah. Alright. Alright. Thank you all for showing up, and I will see you next time. Bye bye.